Well, good morning, everybody. Hope you can hear me. Let me know if you can. Hope everyone can hear me well enough. Make sure that my mic is in the right spot. Hope everyone is doing well this morning. How are y'all doing? No, I'm doing fairly well. I'm doing pretty good. Oh, just still kind of waking up a little bit. I got up a little bit later than it's why I had to push the start of the stream a little bit. I got up a little bit later than I wanted to, but here we go. And this is interesting because I don't know if today's going to go off like normal, like it usually does every third Sunday. I really don't. So we're gonna have to see what happens. Let's see who we got in the live chat right now. I see Peter Collings is here. Good to see you, Peter. Oh, yeah, and I did have a starred. Best in Show became a member of the Godless Army. I do appreciate that, Best in Show. You rock. Thank you for that support. I don't know if you're here in the live chat, but I do appreciate that. I want to put that out there. Welchie, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And I see as well Cindy Johnson. Good morning to you, Cindy. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. And happy early birthday to you. Someone said it was their birthday on Tuesday. Yes, Welchie. Yeah, happy early birthday to you. So, all right. So I see we've still got a few people filing in, and hello to everybody. If you haven't said anything in the live chat yet, I do appreciate you being here. Things are a little bit different now. I have officially moved the Stage of Reason from the Politics Discord server to my server, to the Bridge the Divide server. So this is typically the third Sunday of the month, and this is typically when we do the Stage of Reason. When I do the Stage of Reason, bring up believers and other people talk about what they believe and why, and explore different topics, that pretty much range the gamut of what we can talk about. Hey, Doom Based, I did a very good Friday the 13th. It had a fun day. So dropped a new video, and of course, watched, got my Jason Voorhees on, got my Camp Crystal Lake on. So it was good times. But I know that I don't know how things are going to go off now. Obviously, with the Politics Discord server, with the server that has 10, if I remember correctly, I think the Politics Discord server has tens of thousands of, like 108,000 members on that channel. So they've got the built-in audience. Whenever something goes live, people can file in. I, however, do not, with less than 500 people on my server. So I don't know how this is going to go. As a matter of fact, I don't know how the Stage of Reason is going to go off like normal. So I don't know what this stream is going to turn into, if anything. We'll see what happens, but nonetheless, I had to move it over from the politics server because I'm not an admin over there. So now I'm in full control of the stage, and I don't have to worry about anybody else needing to be present in order to fix an issue. That it's on me now. So I've been meaning to do it for a while. I guess I just needed I needed the impetus to do it, and I finally got it. So of what happened. So, but nonetheless, but the reality of it is it may end up killing it, to be perfectly sure. I'm not 100%. I don't know. It may wind up killing it. I'm still going to kick it off at 10. I'm going to go live, and it's going to send out the notification via the server. There's not as many people there, so I don't know if anybody will show up. I do not have a guest scheduled today because I didn't want to bring on a guest and potentially waste their time. So, however that goes, but we'll figure it out. Turtle Moves, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you for the obligatory alternative energy. I appreciate that. Lowly One, pretty sure it's possible that they will. Given that I'm live on YouTube, it's possible that the believers will find me here. Better than ever. Good to see you. Fewer people doesn't necessarily mean less good. I appreciate that, as long as the topics are good, because I don't want to bring people on. I don't want to say come to my live stream and then us be boring. which is or me be boring because there's nothing to talk about, nobody to talk to other than the live chat. Because I don't know if that's as entertaining as I'd like it to be in my mind, is people just talking, people hearing me talk. I need something to bounce off of, and but we'll see what happens. I've been meaning to make a change and finally made it, so we'll figure it out. But as far as things going on in the world, I hope everybody is doing good. I hope I know that things are pretty chaotic out there. So we don't know what the status is. It looks like things in some senses maybe moving in a positive direction. But with the state of kind of like our government and the state of this nation and our relationships everywhere, it's just, and now the Canadians are potentially cheating in the Olympics. I don't, up is down, down is up, dogs and cats living together. It's freaking crazy. I have no idea. It's just the world has apparently lost its collective mind. But other than that, I think we're doing I think hopefully this will be the nice respite that we need to get away from all the noise, because I know that my feed is filled up with an insane amount of just chaos every single day. I've actually had to unsubscribe from a bunch of stuff just because it's just nonstop. So, but we'll figure it out. We'll hopefully we'll persevere. We'll get through it, and hopefully we'll continue to have moments like this on my Discord server where we can have these conversations and talk about this stuff. If I can attract the audience that I used to attract over on the politics server, because I'm not going to lie, I know that the show is going to take a hit, but what can you do? Because it was at a certain point it became unavoidable. It had to be handled. So I got a few minutes, about 5 minutes before we try to kick this off. As a matter of fact, I think I may just go ahead and let me see here. Make sure I've got the audio on. No, that's not right. Hang on a sec. Oh, there you go. All right, I see that I am the moderator. We'll just go ahead and put that out right now, put the notification out, and we'll see what happens. Hive Psy, good to see you. Oh, wow, I got a celebrity up in the chat. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well, Bree. Let's see. I see we have got a couple people filing in. Thanks, Charlie. Amber, good to see you. Now, remember, the way this works is if you are in the let's see here. Yeah. If you are in the chat on the Discord, I can bring you up. All you have to do is raise your hand. The hand deal is up at the top, as you can see it right there. All you have to do is click on that, and that will request you be brought up on the stage. We can bring you up on the stage and chat about whatever you'd like to chat about. If you have questions for me as a non-believer or questions about any topic, we can dive into pretty much anything. That's pretty much it. It's pretty much how it works. So, but I do like to prioritize people who have not been on the stage before. And I like to talk to believers about what they believe and why, whether it's theism, deism, whatever. Maybe even if you're an atheist yourself and you have a question about that, how to reconcile a particular thing, these are the kinds of conversations I like to have. But as soon as people put their hands up, we'll be in good shape. So or you'll just hear me talk for a little while and we may just call it. I don't know how it's going to play out. I want to make sure I'm not muted over here. Nope, I'm good. And we're solid. So, but thank you to the people. I see we got a handful of people in the audience. Andrew O, good to see you. I appreciate you being here, bud. Thank you for supporting it. I know this move from from politics over to here is going to be a little shaky. I don't know, how it's gonna turn out. So we'll figure it out. I'll stumble through as usual. So, but it was a change that had to be made. Oh, we do have someone with their hand up. Ember has their hands up. Why? Let's bring it up. I don't think I've spoken with Ember on the stage before. So, here and invite to speak.
Da-da-da.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Let me make sure I've got you turned up so everybody can hear you.
Ironing out all the bugs and springs and things. Iron out the springs. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just handling it all myself. I used to have somebody on the back end who would do this stuff, but now it's all me. It's all little old me. It's all on my shoulders now. But hopefully, I'll muddle through and we'll figure it out. So
I'm sure it'll be fine. But I figured you'd like somebody to tweak the springs and things with and make sure everything's working and kind of get things going along. But I do have an actual question that you are the most qualified person to address.
Oh, good. Oh, I hope I am. So feel free. Yeah, what you got for me?
Horror movies. Often they presuppose a human predilection or inclination towards the supernatural. As non-believers, we still enjoy horror movies. So might that indicate something in the human psyche that is predisposed towards the supernatural?
I would say, actually, to a degree, yes. To put it very, very simply, from my studies and from my understanding in the way human brains have evolved, is that there are connections that are naturally made that the way the brain works, when the brain is trying to organize information, the way it attempts to reconcile the reality that is perceived, the brain is very, very quick to fill in the gaps with stuff that might not make sense, that when you really start diving into them. But on the surface, like right when you do it, it does kind of make sense. The brain wants easy answers. The brain wants simplicity. It wants connectivity. It wants things to make sense now, because that's the best thing for survival, is that when you have a full comprehension of what's going on around you, whether that if you think you do, that's a good thing, because it allows you to make organized decisions and improves your odds for survival. The unfortunate thing of this is that it doesn't always work. So, in that respect, but I think that the reason that there's that kind of psychological aspect to horror films that plays into that. Whereas even though we know it's fake, we know that ghosts aren't real, we know that demons and shit like this stuff it doesn't exist. The reason it kind of it still tracks for us, with the reason we enjoy them so much, is because our brain still kind of goes there and still wants that, And of course, there's the curiosity as to what would the world be like if these things were true and other stuff like that. But yeah, it's still kind of like those concepts still harken to us kind of like in an ancient primordial kind of sense, the way our hindbrain works versus the way our forebrain works. And so I think that I would attribute that as to why we still enjoy them. We can get enjoyment out of them.
I think there's definitely something to that, neurologically speaking. The brain wants actionable intel. Do I need to run away? We can understand later. But I also suspect we see in a lot of the older ghost stories especially, there's that element of the characters believing ghosts aren't real, and then the events of the story convince them otherwise. And
right.
I suspect we all kind of have, well, maybe not all of us, but in general, humans have this, the unexpected. The thing that makes it horror is that things that aren't supposed to happen, or at least we like to think will never happen, do happen. And it kind of plays on this idea that just because you think a thing is impossible doesn't mean it won't happen to you, which I suspect goes back to a cultural element that we see in a lot of older religions, where this idea of a loving, benevolent supernatural power is somewhat new. For most of human history, the supernatural was something to fear.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's kind of it's an underlying element, even if it's not actively addressed in many of our older scary stories.
I agree. There's the ever present fear of the unknown that I think is still very, very prevalent in humans as a kind of like as a species. When we look at our evolution, if you look at like anatomically modern humans entered the fossil record roughly 275,000 years ago. We've barely been on this planet by comparison to so many other things. And there's still a lot of the ancient survival tropes that are still embedded within us, those ancient survival mechanisms that are embedded in our brains, and it's difficult to escape. The one thing that I get is that what I thoroughly enjoy is when characters in films are do the they encounter the very thing that you talked about. It's like, oh, it's not, these things don't exist, ghosts don't exist, blah blah blah, and then all of a sudden they encounter the thing that they didn't believe in. I always kind of enjoy seeing where the writer is going to take these characters and how they're going to reconcile this, whether they reconcile it easy, whether they don't reconcile it, whether they can or they can't, or and how they physically react to these things. I always find that really, really entertaining. Sometimes it's kind of like that would never happen. Like, people don't reconcile huge concepts that quickly without doing something extreme. Typically is like in one of my favorite examples is in Scary Movie, which is a total satire, is when the skeleton, or I think it was Scary Movie 2, when the skeleton attacks Cindy and her friend. And Cindy's freaked out because it's a skeleton. It's a skeleton walking around like, oh, I'm going to get you. And then, but the other girl is like, this is just a skeleton. And she starts beating it up because it's a skeleton. It has no muscle. It has no nothing. It's just like, so she like takes its head off, and, it can't do anything because it's just a skeleton. So the ability to reconcile certain stuff, I find really, really fascinating. Like, what would I do if I was a ghost hunting team and I went into a supposedly haunted house and I wasn't a believer? I was like, yeah, this stuff is not real. We're just doing it for entertainment value. And then all of a sudden, I was faced with the reality that ghosts are real. Like, there are spirits in here. There's a demon in here or whatever. How would I react? And I think honestly, because these things don't exist and we can't put ourselves in a situation when we do become afraid of things like that, we're just making ourselves afraid because we're just hyping ourselves up, psyching ourselves out with our imagination. We don't really know how we would react if faced with what we thought was, not real, or was, the supernatural. So we don't know how we would react. So it's kind of like pants. We can put ourselves in a situation. We can wear those pants for a minute. We can kind of surmise, and that engagement makes these things really, really attractive because it's vicarious. What would I do in the situation? How would I react? So I think that it also is kind of the draw, because it allows us to entertain ideas. What I've always said about the horror genre is that why these stories are so important is because it allows us to approach and reconcile these concepts in kind of like a safe mechanism, in a safe manner, where we can internalize them, consider them, and then kind of like I would say reassert our position in relation to those concepts. We can do that on our own terms, which is why I think these scary stories have always been so important from a psychological perspective. And Clive Wells, it wasn't Hellraiser 4, it was Hellraiser 3. Okay? If you want to use the old jokes, it was Hellraiser 3. Okay? And Hellraiser 3 was awesome because it had Terry Farrell in it. It's not my favorite of the Hellraiser films. The first one is still my favorite. Number 2 is a very, very close second. But number 3 was the joke that you're trying to make. It wasn't part 4. Shame on you. You're a physicist. You should know this. I expect better from you, Clive.
On what you were saying about the nature of telling horror stories as a thought exercise, I suspect there may be an element of that in all storytelling. Like one of our superpowers as a culture, as a species, really, is the ability to learn from others' experiences that we didn't personally live through the use of language. And I have a hunch that early storytelling wasn't intended just to entertain while you churned the butter or skinned the goats or whatever the case, but also to convey experiences from mind to mind. That
Right.
some of the older hero tales were like, most of you have never seen combat, but here's what Odysseus did. And so it sets a template of like, if you find yourself in this situation, you should act in this way, or at least it gives you something as a grain of a template to work with. And
Right.
that
Yeah.
makes me wonder about scary stories where people were certainly encountering the unknown a lot, but were they encountering supernatural things so much that that needed to be a thing itself? I wonder.
I think it's a in our earliest days, in our like our early tribalistic days, I think that the utility that this had from was it was in general keeping people safe. And so coming up with whatever things that people talked about, or whatever like things that they made up or they assumed were out there in the dark, far away from the campfire, um it was all about survival, and we see these in things like Grimm's original fairy tales, that they were cautionary tales. They were lessons that you took, the lessons that you took, you internalized, and they would do better off to keep you safe. Nowadays, I think it's about it also serves a purpose, and I think more so today, about people not being afraid and having the information and going forward. I attribute it very much to like a kind of immersion therapy. You know that when police officers and when police officers and people in the military, that when they test things, they actually, when they because they're going to go out in combat, they're going to do stuff, whether they're using like chemical munitions, or whether they're under fire, or whatever. But we know that in training, they actually have to allow themselves to like be tased. They have to allow themselves to be exposed to like tear gas. So they have to experience the things that they're going to be doing to other people, so that they themselves are not afraid, because we cross that bridge. Like, I don't know what it's like to be tased. It's scary. I don't know what it's like. So there's that kind of like natural fear of the unknown. So we do it to ourselves in order to quell that. In the event that we are put in the situation, we wind up not being afraid of it. I think another, because recently on YouTube, the movie Kick-Ass is free on YouTube, and in that sequence, it has Nicolas Cage doing a live fire demonstration with his daughter, and he shoots her. She's wearing a vest, of course, but he wanted to teach her that, when people are firing at you, to not be afraid. You know what it's like now. You know what to expect. You can prepare yourself so that when people are firing at you in an actual combat situation, you won't be as afraid. And therefore, it won't hinder your decision making processes while you're in that scenario. So it takes the mystery out of it, so you know what to expect. And we do that. People do that all the time. And I think horror, to an extent, does that as well, even with the supernatural, because, what if something like that does exist? We've never encountered it. And I say that, and I hold that it doesn't, but we don't know everything. But now that if you imagine, like, if you think about all the horror movies that I've watched in my lifetime, I've virtually, it's literally a part of my identity. There's few scenarios that I wouldn't be prepared for. Because if I see something, I was like, oh, I know exactly what I need to do in this situation, because I've seen it 100 times, or I've thought about it 100 times. So it's all
I
about
wonder if that may
preparation. Yeah.
for real. I wonder if that may be part of why the supernatural element entered scary stories in the first place, is because, you tell stories about a psycho killer running rampant in ancient Greece, and people will be like, okay, if you find a psycho, you should run away from them. But there's always going to be some jackass who's like, well, I'd fight him. And so you add an element to the story. Okay, there was this one dude who tried to fight him, but it turns out you can't kill him. He just doesn't die. He just keeps coming. So if you see a psycho killer, run the fuck away.
Yeah, and then it reinforces, and you can say back in those ancient cultures, it reinforces the idea of certain rituals and certain practices among certain belief systems, that to rely on those. It kind of also, I can see that as a mechanism for ingraining people in certain things. You bring that up, and kind of like, I think it's really, really silly, and it's not factual, it's not historically accurate. But in The Mummy, when Benny encounters the mummy, and he whips out, and he has all of the, like, he's wearing around his neck the necklaces that have the symbol of all the different faiths, and
Yep.
relying on each one, going through each one until it has an effect. And so, you know, I think that there's a little bit of truth to that. So I just always found that to be really, really funny, because he whips out the cross, and the cross doesn't do anything, and he whips out the moon and star, and it doesn't do anything. And so he pulls a whole bunch of them out. He's got a shit ton of them until he finally lands on the I totally spaced on the name, the six-sided star, the Star of David. He pulls out the Star of David and starts speaking in Hebrew, and then the mummy Imhotep recognizes that. And so I think there's a use of that. Yeah, I like what Bree said. I use the fear of the supernatural to keep the normies away. Yeah, I agree with that to an extent as well. People, what was it? Ghosts are often seen by the strange and unusual. I myself am strange and unusual.
Yes,
Beetlejuice, for those who haven't seen it.
I think that's a big part of all storytelling is this element of what would you do? It's entertaining, it's intellectually engaging, but it's also a manual. Like every religion comes with stories. Like that's how we program people for how to behave, especially children who don't know because they haven't had the experiences yet. So we tell the stories of our ancestors and say this is what the great heroes of the past did. So if you want to be remembered well, be great, then these are the things you need to do. But hear what some of the horrible cowards of the past, like that Judas Iscariot guy, here's what he did. So don't be like Judas and be reviled for all of history.
Cautionary tales, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of like the idea. It's almost like a sacred text sort of thing of reading the Gospels through a horror lens. I realize they're most of the way there already with all the blood and gore in the Passion of the Christ kind of thing. But in that perspective, I wonder what lessons we could take away from it in a practical sense. Like I obviously don't piss off the Romans, but
I like that you brought up the Judas in respect to that as a cautionary tale. My mind goes to Ephialtes with the Spartans, and that after the events of Thermopylae, the name Ephialtes went down in Greek history as like a betrayer. So like for the Greeks, the name Ephialtes became synonymous with that, just like, Judas with the Judas Iscariot with the Christians, or Benedict Arnold with Americans, is like a name synonymous with betrayal. And so because people remember, because Ephialtes, aside from Leonidas and the Spartans, but as far as the names that are associated with that people remember Ephialtes as well for what he did when he betrayed the Spartans to the Persians. And the same goes for Benedict Arnold. I think I'm willing to bet that if you dive deep into any major culture, there's going to be some name that is associated with that some dude somewhere made some decision, and their name went down in history as a betrayer or something of that degree. So it became a cautionary tale, where it ceases to become the name turns from a noun into a verb. Don't Benedict Arnold us. Don't Ephialtes us. Stuff like that. Hey Cam, hey El Caxi, good to see you. Greg Sandich, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And remember, Clive, Jesus was a lich, not a zombie. Turtle Moves is, what symbol would you use against the mummy? What would I use? Well, okay, so it depends upon the mummy. If it's the mummy from like the Karloff films, that mummy was pretty weak because it was just a corpse wrapped in cloth, and it didn't have the crazy magical powers of the like in the Mummy with the Brendan Fraser films, which are amazing, by the way, which I recently watched with my wife. Those movies are just fun as hell. That mummy was like a biblical plague who was like walking the earth. But so it depends. It depends upon the monster that I'm encountering. So
yeah, well, that I suppose that's sort of the question. It goes to the fear of the unknown sort of thing. If you encountered, say, the Emotep mummy for the first time, beautiful as he is once he gets his face put on, how do you react when you don't know what his powers and abilities are? You know?
right. I would say if I were to encounter like Emotep, if it was like the time and then it's like there's this walking corpse that but then again, they also had the legends that preceded them. Like all of the people that were involved in that, all the people that were involved in that were aware of the legend. And so now that you see it like walking in front of you, better to err on the side of caution and recognize that this was that's okay. That's also correct. Wrote in the last name. Yes, the Karloff mummy was a zombie. Brendan, or actually, the Karloff mummy was actually a revenant because it was back for revenge. The Brendan Fraser mummy, that was a lich because he had the phylacteries. So
he literally did.
Yeah, he was a lich. So which is far harder to kill. But I would say because they had the legends going forward and they knew about them, then that would give you a better. Obviously, if I was in this situation, I would be aware of the curse and be aware of what the powers of this thing, and I might be able to manipulate my way out of it. If you run, you're gonna die. If you fight, you're gonna die. So better to be of use, to prove yourself of use, so that you don't get smoked immediately.
Not dying immediately seems to be the human game plan for survival.
Pretty much, yeah. Find a way to
Just
survive.
try not to die.
Oh.
And they say the world isn't a video game. Oh my goodness.
But yeah, I love the genre as far as everything that it does for people from at a psychological level. Its ancient values as well. Going all the way back to like Eastern European tales of the vampire and the werewolf, how these were allegories for societal division and to unify people people who were under the thumb of the monarchy or under the thumb of the powerful. I love the historical necessity. Even going back to our ancient tribalistic times, when we told these stories just to keep children close to the fire so they wouldn't wander off in the dark and be eaten by something. So I think it's really, really good. I mean, it's so important to our species, to our these things are so ingrained in us, why I think it's such an important genre and is the most important genre of all of them, because we need these stories no matter how. I know that there's going to be some. I know that the horror genre is going to be it's subjective. There's people that dig some things, some aspects, people that don't dig others. But I think it's important no matter what the subject matter is, whether you're watching something like some innocuous horror like if you're watching like a horror comedy like Shaun of the Dead, or if you're watching something extreme like the Poughkeepsie Tapes or August Underground or Salo or a Serbian film like this, the concepts in these are important no matter how extreme the material may get, and I think provide us an opportunity to explore these things in a safe manner. And I think that's why it's so important. What symbol, Turtle Moves asks, what symbol would I use against the horrors of Matt Powell? Given what I know about Powell, I've never met him, but given what I know about him, if I wanted to use a symbol to get Matt Powell to go away, to like get away from me, it would have to be extreme, because I would have to present something like so he's got a real big problem with Satanists and paganists. And I've noticed that if the presentation, if the pageantry, if the satanic pageantry or the paganistic pageantry is strong enough, he won't engage with that, because at kind of like at a deeper level, he's kind of afraid of it. So he won't ever like engage with it at all. And so I would say if I wanted that, I would need to present that. So I mean, I would need to, like, show up like dressed as like a member of Heilung, to make him go away, because he just won't do it. So it would have to be strong. Just showing up with, like, hey, just like, hey, I'm a Satanist, this is what we do. It's like, that's not going to make him go away, because those are just words. He's base enough. I would say he lacks the intelligence to the degree that he needs to see it in front of his face in order to to not want to engage with it.
I'd keep it simple. I just hold up a dictionary.
A job application. Dr. Clive,
I mean,
says, Dr.
like a pride flag or something, but like you said, it needs to be like really extreme to actually scare him, or he'll just get all preachy and be like, "Oh, you're doing life wrong. You're going to hell, and you think your mother was a strawberry," and all that other wonderful stuff he does. But I don't know. Maybe if you like wore the whole pride flag, like not just as your clothes, but like you had rainbow hair and had the colors like painted on your cheeks like a sports team, or I don't know, something like that. But yeah, a dictionary should be sufficient to scare the shit out of them.
Yeah, it's wild. Some of these individuals, I'm just sitting there thinking back at the times that the times that I've heard his rhetoric, and how cowardly he is when it really, really comes down to it. I don't think he has the fortitude to deal. If I wore like a 3-piece suit that was all that was all rainbow flag, that was just just straight up, just like I'm actually kind of thinking myself now that I would look pretty fly in a rainbow suit. But if I were to wear that in front of him, that would just make him angry. It's got to be, and he may not know how to respond, but he would definitely crash out like upon seeing that. So, but I think that if you really want to freak him out, you got to go like full, full, like, because he doesn't understand the symbolism. You have to go like full upside down cross, black makeup, goth metal, whatever. So you have to go extreme. Because then he'll just walk away, because he won't know how to address it. I think that would be the best way. He's such a coward in that respect. So,
what is Matt Powell more afraid of than God? Other people.
other people who think differently than he does, is what he is terrified of. Wrote it no last name says, obviously the symbol you use against Matt Powell is an inflatable banana. That's true. I will give Matt Powell one shred of credit. Yeah, like dressed as a member of GWAR. Yeah, that would probably freak him the fuck out. I will give him one shred of credit. He cut ties with Hovind once the CP stuff came out. Once the accusations about who Hovind was allowing to live on that compound came out. So I will give him that. We now know.
I don't know. I mean, I will give credit for leaving Hovind, but is that why? Or is it just that just happens to be how the timing, like, did he ever say, I'm disassociating with Hovind because he crossed this moral line?
Yeah, he never actually like clarified as to why he broke off from him. But we know we could say it's coincidence that he happened to do it at the time that these allegations came to light. The timing is very convenient, certainly, but if it was the reason, I will give him the credit for that. We see now that despite the extremity of his misrepresentation, despite the way that the way he manipulates, he maliciously edits his content to try and make people look silly. or to try and make people look stupid. The way he consistently lies about what people tell him or about other people, as bad as he is, we do know that there is a line that even he won't cross. So we can say that.
Or his wife won't.
Or his wife won't. Who knows? I just know that he bounced, and I will at least give him that. If it does eventually come out that the reason he cut ties with Hovind was because of that, I will at least give him that shred of credit. He at least has some degree of integrity. I mean, he himself is a father, so maybe that's what it was.
First of all, I notice we often give these assholes way too much credit, especially credit they don't deserve. And the second thing is the fact that he didn't talk about it. If it were a moral stand, if it were a line of outrage, then it would be, I like to think he imagines it would be his moral obligation to stand up and say something like,
Right.
Listen, you need to know I left Hovind because of this reason. He's done bad things and I cannot support that. Even if it's fucking virtue signaling,
it wouldn't surprise me if in this day and age, with all the shit that's coming out, it actually wouldn't surprise me if the reason why, if that went down and Matt just like slipped away and didn't say anything and did it without a word, he just cut ties, that maybe his wife was involved in making the decision or whatever, that it wouldn't surprise me that the reason Matt has not excoriated Hovind to the degree is maybe Hovind has something on him, or maybe Hovind knows something about him. And so he's just done it for whatever excuses he made. It wouldn't surprise me if there was that kind of thing. It's like, Matt's not going to talk shit about Hovind. He's not going to leave start throwing him under the bus, because Hovind could turn around and start throwing Matt under the bus. And so for mutual present, for the mutually assured destruction, they just parted ways silently, which I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. I'm just speculating right now. I have no idea if that's the case, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's what it was, with Matt being on that compound so often and the way we have heard him in recordings treat people. It would not shock me if that was the case, that if Matt started talking shit, Hovind could start talking shit. So I do want to say hi to Kids Love Satan 34. Good to see you, Kids Love Satan. Thanks so much for being here. Bree says, in an alt universe, Matt Powell and I are a happy T4T couple with a Yorkie and a tandem bicycle. I would watch that sitcom. I would watch that sitcom. I'd be there for the premiere. I absolutely would. I could just see on the the wide shot of the bike and hey. So I could see that. Bob Nodell says, isn't today the tax returns? There's more tax returns jokes. Road No Less Names as well. With Powell's baby face, he probably had a bad experience at Hovind's compound. Possibly. El Caxi, Powell's mouth not only looks like a wicked, like a wrinkled butthole, but with crap coming out just reinforces the case. Agreed. He's just a little punk, He's a dime a dozen. And to a degree, he's not an insufferable ortho bro made by Jim Bob, like Jim Bob is, or Rim Slob. That's one of my favorite ones now. He's not like an insufferable ortho bro like those D bags, but he is insufferable in his own right. So that's true. Powell is only famous because of how bad his arguments are. I mean, really, how many devotees does Matt actually have? His channel still pop. I mean, he still gets some decent views. He hasn't really done anything ever since I found that one video, and I titled it "The Final Nail" because it was so bad. And I mean, it was worse than the whole Matt Powell sympathizes with Nazis video that I did. But yeah, I mean, the Final Nail was bad enough that I was pretty much done with him. He hasn't really done anything different. And that's the problem with it, is that if I wanted to cover Matt more, I'd be saying the same shit over and over and over again. It's the same arguments. You're aware of a member. It never changes because he doesn't adapt to anything that's said to him. So he just repeats the same nonsense. Earth is young. Dinosaurs lived with humans. blah 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 blah. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's still dining out on the whole, like, Confederate soldiers took a picture with a pterodactyl they shot down, thinking that's real. So I, nah. I just, it's like if he did something different, maybe I'd cover him, but I'd just be doing the exact same video over and over and over again.
Oh yeah, his recent stuff is interesting. He's got your typical, I don't believe in the Big Bang. He says creation versus evolution, the debate is over. And to be fair, he is not wrong, but he may be on the wrong side of it.
Right.
Eastern Orthodoxy is exposed because of necromancy. Weird that a person who believes in a guy who came back from the dead has a problem with necromancy, but okay.
Yeah, he's bad. And just, I just, it's just so, and the lack of self-awareness is just astounding. And Bree, I agree with you. I haven't really paid attention to him since, Bree says I haven't really paid attention to him since his trans derangement syndrome went off the rails. Yeah, it's his arguments are just terrible. I mean, a more obvious closet case I have seldom seen. We've all had that thought. I think we all have at one point or another that Matt might actually be in the closet. I mean, I'm bi, and I'm bi, but I lean towards women. I've been married to my wife. I've been with my wife for over 20 years, but even I still have my gaydar still kind of works. It still works, but it's got to be strong enough. They like the individual. It's like, oh, okay, like I know the person's gay. So my gaydar still kind of works. Even 20 years out of the game, my gaydar still functions pretty well, and he sets it off. So I don't know to what extreme, and I would hate to know. I actually think that his kinks might freak me out. No kink shaming here, but his kinks might freak me out. But I would say that he still sets off my gaydar. I think we've all had that thought at one point. I was like, I think this guy might be gay.
It's not unthinkable, people. Oh, goodness. I haven't to the topic. I haven't seen him since a couple of weeks ago. I think our friend Brentley Punk Apostate. Matt Powell apparently did a video about him. It's a 5-minute video, but he shows 1 second of Brentley, and the rest is just rambling.
Yeah, I think
it was the last time I paid attention before right now.
I kind of his rhetoric. His rhetoric doesn't change, but I think the real kicker for me was when other people did this before me, like Forrest Valkai has done it as well. I came across an instance in when he was trying to debunk Lawrence Krauss, and he deceptively edited a video of Krauss from Krauss's from a lecture that Krauss gave on when he was explaining. Krauss was doing a lecture on a universe from nothing, and he was explaining it and going into detail about it. And Powell went in and clipped out small sections of what he said, and left out major parts of it. Left out the major context parts just to make it seem like Powell was making a specific claim when he actually wasn't. And so I knew then that he was. I knew that he's got nothing. That these, it's all just smoke and mirrors. Rodinella Same says the Powell Hoven sex tape is the horror film we deserve, but not the one we need, man. Shit.
No. It's wild to see these people who run around with the whole "Have you ever told a lie?" thing.
Oh, fucking comfort, yeah.
It's not they don't even try to hide it.
I would love to. I think that would be entertaining as hell if to go down to Huntington Beach and see if I could encounter Ray Comfort, and actually talk to him, because just the way he presents shit, I would love to be able to counter it and just see what he does with the content, because no doubt he would edit it to try and make himself look better. Because I watch these people that he interviews, is like, this has got to be set up, because the obvious questions are right there on the table and nobody is asking them. Is like, wait. So yeah, I've told a lie. Yeah, I've stolen something when I was a kid. I've done dumb shit. I was a kid. I was dumb, and I was kind of like, but nobody ever asked. Was like, well, wait a minute. Just because I've done them, why are you asking me these things in the context? Or like saying that I should be worried about these in the context that God exists and Jesus was real and all like that, when I don't believe these things? Is like, what's the point? It's like, it's because, and nobody ever addresses that, because he'll be like, do you believe in God? No, I do not. Do you believe that Christ died for your sins? No, I do not. Have you ever told a lie? Yes, I have. Did you have sex before marriage? Yes, I did. Did you ever, what, blah, 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 blah. Well, what do you think of what would you think of these sinful acts? Like that? I don't think that they're sins, because he'll switch it around. Ronell saying, he selectively edits his interviews. And I'm like, and he probably would do it to me as well. But I'd love the opportunity to call him out to his face. Not a lot of...
make it hard for him. Give like one-word answers.
Right.
Edit this, fucker.
And I see that Clive Wells and Leophilius are not fans of Krauss. Not a fan. Clive Wells Clive Wells is not a fan of Krauss, and Leophilius. Good to see you, Leophilius. Says Krauss is douchey, and his book is not good science communication, in my opinion.
No, even before we knew he was a creep, which was also before we knew he was in the big book of Trump files. Still, how many of us have had to spend, huge chunks of time pushing back on the strawman version of the argument the universe came from nothing? Because it's fucking hell. Like, I realize you gotta sell your books and shit, but it's made so much extra work for so many of us.
Right. Yeah. Trying to parse out. I agree. I think Leophilius and Clive would agree with me. I don't think it's necessary to create a distinction between nothing in he's created this artificial, or he's generated this distinction that there's some distinction between nothing in the context that he's talking about, nothing in a philosophical context, and nothing in the colloquial context. I don't think it was good word usage, and I like I said, I kind of agree with Leophilius there. I don't think he's a great science communicator. I think he's a guy that his stuff popped off, and all of a sudden the money started rolling in. It kind of revealed him for who he was. It's a shame people get to a certain. We see this so common. It's like people will their shit pops off, the money starts coming in, then they think they can get away with murder and do whatever they do. So, what was it that said? Wonder how many actual interviews he does before finding the ones he'll selectively edit. Got some large number. Oh, I would agree with that. And Professor Dave is the science communicator we deserve and kind of need to. Agree with that as well. So I think Professor Dave does it well, even though in certain instances, there's a couple of things that the one thing I love about Dave is that even when he conveyed about Professor Dave, is that one of even when he makes like a slight error in the way he conveys something, or he doesn't convey something as comprehensively as he could, whenever that's brought to him, he immediately recognizes it. He sides with the experts, the people who know what they're talking about, and then he'll readjust. Like he takes criticism very easily, and he was like, "Oh, you're right. I was wrong on that. Great, cool. Thanks for pointing that out, and I will fix it going forward." That's what's fantastic about Dave, is that he recognizes it. He knows he's not an expert in certain fields. So Andrew Rose says, "Wait, the scientist adapts to new data? Yeah, shockingly."
The priests and lab coats aren't priests. What? Oh my goodness! Can you imagine how much more science we get done if if scientists actually took tithes like priests do?
Oh shit!
We wouldn't need freaking federal grants and whatnot. We could just do the science.
But yeah, I was I don't see how, man. I knew that the stage was going to take a hit. We got a good amount of people in the live chat. Maybe I do. I think Andrew might have been right. If I need to, let me see. Bridge the Divide, Discord. I think I'm going to do this because I don't know if we have any believers who are in the chat, but I'm going to do a quick edit to the description to make sure that people know how to get to the Bridge the Divide Discord in case there are any believers that want to come in and chat. Let's see here. Let me caps this.
That is a good point. Like, I was only able to find this because I was already a Discord member. So I'm like, I'll just go over here. Here's the thing. Da, da, da. But a new person who wants to come fight you may have no idea. Where is this happening? What is this Discord you speak of? This strange new technology. Is it a sin to go there? My God promotes harmony. I can't go to a land of discord.
Clive Will says, I'm reluctant to watch Professor Dave as so many of his recent videos are purely insults without any real analysis. So Clive, there's actually an explanation for that. Dave recognized that all of our analytics are being hit. And I think everybody who does content here pretty much, agrees with that our analytics are all taking a hit for some reason. Dave's are taking a hit. Mine have taken a hit. We're all feeling it. Sir Sick has been really, really big about it because, and in order to kind of like push things in the algorithm, he has openly stated that he is releasing content that he considers very, very low tier. And he's just been like, because people seem to really enjoy when he just like shows that these people are idiots, and he's pretty caustic in his reviews of them. He recognizes that. He knows they're not substantive, and he knows that they're so the fruit is rotting on the ground. So the higher tier stuff where he does the actual like systemic takedowns, breakdowns of what the comprehensive breakdowns, that content is still coming, but unfortunately to push the algorithm, he's having to rely on low tier stuff in order to keep his stuff relevant or to keep it going to push the views. He as much as I am, I mean, I don't care about the money, but Dave's channel is his business. That's his bread and butter. It's not mine, which is why I'm not too like about the analytics. Oh, I need to do something. I still ensure that the content that I'm going after is strong, at least, where it gives me opportunity to like teach and stuff like this. So, but I have to be very, very, my stuff doesn't come out as often. He's just fighting with the algorithm. I'm choosing not to fight with the algorithm. If my stuff goes off, my stuff goes off. I'm not really concerned one way or the other, but I understand what you're talking about there. And Dave did address it. He doesn't like doing the low tier stuff. It's not the thing that he enjoys the most. He enjoys doing comprehensive breakdowns, but you got to play the game. So don't hate the player, hate the game, I would say, in that respect. So
it's a sales funnel, and in fairness, he came across it honestly. It was from encountering Guts at Gibbon, because everybody loves Dave for his snark, even when he's being comprehensive. He has a hell of a good snark, and right. Erica is really, really good at her primatology and dunking on young earthers, and she can do the science and the snark at the same time. And so sometimes people go watch her for a 4-hour breakdown on Homo naledi, and other times for a 4-hour breakdown just showing how Donnie Deals is kind of a derp. The snark draws people in, and then you can get them to watch the science. It's a sales funnel, and it's unfortunate, but capitalism.
Yeah, right. We're all for those who dedicated themselves to it is pretty tough. It's a bummer. I mean, I like his comprehensive breakdowns, and I think he always does a really, really good job as explaining why these individuals are wrong. And Ronald says part of the problem is that the YouTube live stream title. The YouTube live stream title doesn't inform people that this is a call-in show. Ah, good point. Let me see. Well, to come up on stage, is that really a call-in? But
Theists, fight me on the stage of reason. Lupercalia is for losers. I don't know. That'll only piss off the Catholics.
I think I need to. This is all good points. I think what I need to do is this. Let me see here. If I go to, I'm doing a quick adjustment. See, I'm figuring out as I think these recommendations are solid. So I think I'm going to have to go over to the studio. Oh, and it doesn't. Yeah, I think it also doesn't help that it looks like. Yeah, it looks like Justin. It looks like DZ, allegedly Ian, and Dr. Blitz are also live right now, and there's 800 people over there. So there's not much I can do about that. So they're doing the exact same thing that I'm doing. Let me see here.
It's a thing. Let
me see here. If I do this. If I do,
there are pluses and minuses to overlapping audiences. Because like you've got people who spread the word of your wonderfulness in these other communities where there are people who may be interested, and that's great. But it seems to me that the new people who are deconverting, or the new religious people who are eager to go show some atheists their business or whatever, they're not aware of these other figures in the community. And so somebody who's just wandering through for the first time, they're slightly more likely to find Justin's stream because there's more viewers live right now. But there's nothing that will point them specifically to Justin's stream versus your stream. And there's no shortage of these people. That's why there's so many streamers, because it's an infinite supply effectively. The trick is putting out the bait to catch them with.
Right. Let me see if that. Let me see. View my channel and make sure. Yeah. Okay. So I've adjusted that.
Jesus told us to become fishers of men, and here we are setting bait for people.
Oh, jail is yes, Dade. I am the other person. That's right. Let me see here. Hey, Bob Nodell's Gyroscope. Good to see you. I apologize if I didn't say hi earlier. That other person is too thin and has too short a beard to be JL. This is true. Too short of a beard.
Wait, do we know how long Jason's beard is under the mask?
Given the amount of time in the water, he is hairless.
Oh, is that how you permanently remove hair? Jesus, I've been fucking around with lasers and electrolysis. I just need to take more baths.
Yeah, you just need to waterlog your skin to the point that the hair just all falls out, and plus the fact he's dead, so it helps.
Well,
take it easy, El Caxi. Since I gotta go, happy to have caught you live. Much love. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. I know this hasn't popped off like it normally does on a Sunday, but like on a stage of a reason. But like I said, I'm figuring it out. I've, as far as the marketing and everything goes, I changed the title. So I don't know how I don't know if that's going to like solve anything, but I did change the title. I'll keep that title change in mind. It is to indicate that it is a call-in show for people to bring in, and the Discord is, capped so that people can find that. So I guess we'll if people join it, then they'll be able to join the stream. So yes, if you are in the live stream and you would like to come on, the link for the Discord is in the description. You can click on that, join, and you can come on stage, raise your hand, and I can bring you up and we can have a chat. So about what you believe and why. So like I said, we're slowly figuring this out. I've lost all the back end support I had over on the politics Discord server when I left and brought it over here. So I'm kind of starting from scratch, slowly but surely getting this together. I know it's going to be, growing pains are going to be a pain in the ass, but it is what it is. I touched on it briefly when I was over on Skeptic Haven when they brought me over on that show, which was a really awesome experience. We only had one caller over on that show, and I was kind of bummed because I was hoping to get more, but I just blame myself. I blame my personality as to why people don't call in. But
You're afraid, JL.
Yeah, I'm too much,
Well,
but the
have you seen your videos? You are kind of intimidating. People are like, "Holy shit, this man is made of logic."
I still sometimes wish that my beard was still Gandalf level, was still like Gandalf length. But I touched on it briefly when I was over on Skeptic Haven, that the change had to be made. So I know that I don't know. I get the sense that nobody really cares as far as that, so I'm not too terribly concerned about it, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, but by and large, the people who come here want to see you do your shenanigans, and if other people show up volunteering to get dunked on, that's wonderful. But it's interesting you mentioned Skeptic Haven because your show is one of the first few where they've started to take my suggestion of having more provocative titles instead of just, "Hey, it's a call-in show."
Hermeneutics.
It's so wild that like their channel's bigger than mine is, and they're taking my suggestions. I'm like, oh, okay.
Hermeneutics
what could possibly go wrong?
Hermeneutics says, I would like to debate JL about his personality being unwelcoming or otherwise insufficient. I presuppose him to be a reasonable and nice guy. Prove me wrong. I don't know if that's a debate. That's so much of a debate. I think, but my perception is that I know I have a strong personality, and I know I draw the line in some areas that I think other people are a bit more charitable on. But there's a lot. But I also have pet peeves that get me, that really, really get me, and those can kind of like those can kind of take hold at times. I think we're all different in that respect. I think I can be better. I think I was pretty good over on Skeptic Haven when I was on there. I think I conducted myself pretty well. But I know, thank you, Clive Wells, for finally getting the joke right. It's Hellraiser 3. So too afraid to debate, thus I win by default. And so it is now a fact that you are a good dude. Put it in a book. It's gospel now. You got it, Herman. You got it. I don't know. I feel like I feel like I'm like, I feel like I'm talking myself up or I'm tooting my own horn, and it makes me feel weird. I try to do my best. I'll say that. I just feel like I have some pet peeves that really, really get me. I see Lee Affiliates there in the Discord. I see you, bud. Thank you so much for popping in.
Everybody does. For what it's worth, the people at Skeptic Haven are, at least from what I've heard, they're super thrilled that somebody cool like you would come hang out with them and want to have you come back at some point. Although they're trying to schedule like 6 months out, and I'm like, guys, you can't do that.
You see, and I'm like, oh, thank you so much. I'm like just giddy that they wanted to have me on. That's what I'm giddy about. It was like, oh, you want to have me on? Fantastic. I'll do whatever I can do to help. I'm just excited to be here. Hey, it's probing time. You remember that? You remember when probing time came in the chat and said it's probing time and everybody probed? It was great. It's good to see you, probing time. It's been a minute. I know it's been a while, but thank you so much for being here. YouTube is a pretty rough platform. I'm not on TikTok, and I don't plan on being on TikTok, especially since it's American acquisition. I hear it's just atrocious over there, so I will not be on TikTok anytime soon. And a lot of my audience expressed that it was like there was no point in doing it and like establishing myself over there just to be over here. So good to see you. I Killed Earl. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I started building a TikTok, and then when they were starting to we're going to close it down, yada yada, I'm like, well, why bother? And then they announced the American buyout, and I'm like, I'm gonna like not. I'll just like disengage. I took the link for it off my website. I'm like, I'm gonna see what happens, and like if people start disappearing and shit.
Right. I think this is fine. I think doing it here on YouTube is just fine. Once people, I guess, if I start doing it, it's possible that I just need to do this more regularly. And that if I were to go to like every other Sunday or maybe every Sunday, do these streams, that might work a little bit better in my favor, just to get the live streams working in the algorithm. That may be what I need to do. Possible.
Sure.
I don't know.
It certainly would hurt. And
Right.
I'll say this. There's a whole lot of people who don't have a whole lot of regular stuff to watch on Sunday mornings. Like me, for example, I'm just tootling around putting together research notes for this coming week's shows. And I like to have stuff to watch in the background while I'm working because my ears like to be engaged. And then your show's on, and so I see it, I click. And well, now here I am procrastinating because I'm really good at not doing the thing I'm supposed to be doing. But like, people want stuff to watch, you know?
Right. Oh, Bellywood, good to see you, Bellywood. And he says, and hey, new UG, good to see you. And I agree, Bree, I agree with what Ember is saying here. This is my church, Clive. This is my church. Y'all are my congregation, my non-believing congregation. And TikTok does have a lot of debate bros, a lot of like, silly bros, silly debate bros. Bellywood, 12 hours a day, like Taco does. I have too many things in my, in my real life, or I guess in my outside YouTube life that I have too many responsibilities. I can't do it for 12 hours a day. My wife would go insane. Jazz, there are things that I have to take care of around here. I have responsibilities, and I can't spend 12 hours sitting on a live stream unless I've like planned for like a week in advance. I can't, it's not something I can do every single day. And
even then, plan bathroom breaks. Trust, I did a 12-hour live stream once, and it's not great. You have to be able to go to the damn bathroom.
the longest I've ever live streamed is the longest I've ever live streamed was 6 hours. No, wait. I know I've been on live streams that were long, but I held a live stream. I remember I was a part of a 24-hour live stream where it was me, Johnny O, PhD Tony, and Irish Demon. And we did a 24-hour stream for the Trevor Project, where we were taking in donation. Every super chat we got in, we sent them straight to, we sent everything we got in, we sent to the Trevor Project. And so it was a donation live stream. And I think we each took a section. And so I was in for 6 hours. Tony took over for 6 hours, so on and so forth. So we did that, which was a lot of fun. But that was a long ass live stream. That was a big one. I think the longest I've ever gone is like probably 6-7 hours. I think is the longest I've ever live streamed straight. And I agree.
6-7 hours, you say?
Do what?
6-7 hours, you say?
Yeah, I think the longest I've ever done like a solo stream is like 6 or 7 hours.
The kids know what I just did there. It's fine.
6, 7. Ha ha ha. I'm old. It took me a second.
Jokes are funnier when you explain them. Have you noticed? Now your channel is quite a bit over 10K now. YouTube tells me that proper fundraisers, there's a button for it, but it's hidden behind the 10K subscriber line. Have you tried out fundraisers since your channel's been on the bigger than that side?
I haven't. I'm always extremely wary about attaching money goals to my content. Especially to my live content. I did the goal one time, and just to see what it's. And I actually, I had something that I was going to give people, if we reached the goal. We didn't reach the goal, so I wound up doing it on a later live stream. But I'm wary to do it because of all of the drama I've seen build up around such things, and the logistics that's necessary to avoid that drama. And I want the integrity of my channel to be as unimpeachable as possible. And so I just, inviting that, I think like opening that door, it's just not something that I'm just, I know I could do it. But I think another issue is that depending upon, who I want to support, you start opening up the door to people saying, well, why are you supporting that group? Why are you supporting this group? And then you got to do all the research into like what groups are the best to support, which ones are not. And it's just a headache that I don't think I would want to, unless someone else is taking care of the logistics. Like I had no problem with the Trevor project, with the 24-hour live stream, because someone else was handling all that. And so I didn't have to worry about it. I just had to be on the stream and be entertaining. And so it's just additional stuff that I just like. It's just such a pain in the ass.
As I understand it, because I don't have access to that button. It's one of my goals is to get the damn button. Is it just automates it the same way. It's just a thing you can turn on, like live stream redirects. You don't have to use it, but it's there if you want it. Assuming your target has the ability to receive live stream redirects turned on, but that's a whole other issue. When I've seen them done, you just hit the button and you select your charity, and then YouTube automates the rest. It puts a little blurb on the stream saying this is a fundraiser for this organization. It gives people a link to donate directly. And I believe, and again, I don't have this button, so I don't know, but I believe all the super chats for that stream automatically go to that charity. You don't have to deal with redirecting the money. And when you do it that way, YouTube doesn't take their normal 30-35% cut.
Ah, okay. Maybe I have to.
I really, really want that damn button. So
I may have to look into it. Yeah, I may have to look into it and do a bit more research. Hey, Reverb Twang, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate it. Remember, everybody, if anybody is if there are any believers who are in the chat, the link to the Discord is in the description, and feel free to come up on stage. And if you want to talk about what you believe in, why, or have any questions for me as to why I'm a non-believer, then feel free. All you have to do is come in, join the stage, and put your hand up, and we'll see where it goes from there. But I appreciate everybody hanging out. As far as I know, I know that there's not. We've just been having this conversation. We're kind of like shooting the shit here for a little bit. I know it's not. I'm hoping it pops off at some point. It may take some time after doing the switch. So,
Oh yeah, for sure. But I mean, on the plus side, you're going to get more rabble rousing in the Discord generally, because once you start bringing in antagonists, they're going to antagonize.
Well, good to see you, Skeptic Philosophy. I appreciate you popping in. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I appreciate you saying hi. So I know you got to do your thing. So, and have a good one. I'll look forward to the next live stream with you. So.
Oh yeah, collabs are cool and whatnot. But also, someone come fight JL, because I actually do have to do some work this morning. I mean, you're a treasure. I delight in chatting with you, which is one of the reasons I was not hesitant at all about jumping in before anybody else got here. But I do have to do some work.
I do appreciate it. If you do have to bounce, that's cool. And someone else can put their hand up, or I can vamp, or we try to get people in. I think I've adjusted the title. Hopefully that will help a little bit. I guess we'll find out. So other than that, we'll have to see.
What if you deputize the chat? You people go forth to the Twitters and the Facebooks and say the stage of reason is open. Come prove the nonsense you believe in, or whatever. Be provocative, but put a link and help fish, cast a wider net. That's all the biblical things.
Definitely. All right, cool. I'm actually thinking about bringing. Man, you've converted all the believers. That's why they're not calling in Bob. Yeah, Bob. Yeah, if that were the case, that would be awesome. That would be. I'm almost tempted to have Bob do the Otangelo summon, so at least have somebody to talk to, at least like a believer to talk to. So, as painful as that would be, or like maybe if Toronto Bible Study wanted to come on and talk with me because he wanted so badly to debate me, but the only I don't think he could find a channel, a neutral channel to host that. So I guess we'll find out. Yeah, Clive Wills is not Otangelo. Yeah, not Otangelo. It's too painful.
It's true. He's I debated Otangelo once before anybody had informed me of who he is and that sort of stuff, and it was he managed to refrain from overt bigotry and whatnot, which I suppose was swell, but like it still hurt my brain to have to explain basic concepts to him that
Right.
he knew. Like, it was a Noah's Ark debate. My goodness.
Yeah, he's gross. Ever since the whole doxing or the dead naming and doxing of Arden, pretty much I think everybody's lost their tolerance of him, and nobody really wants to engage with him anymore. So
I mean, that's part of it, the whole shunning thing. And that's perfectly valid, you know. But like anybody, not just him, but anybody who does the beefy micro machines indicates it must have been designed bullshit, or in the case of Noah's Ark. It's so weird. Like the last time I'd seen him do a Noah's Ark thing, it was about the Darupanar site that what's his name, that found every fucking biblical artifact found. Even though he wasn't the original one who found it. Ron Wyatt, that guy, Ron
right.
Wyatt stuff. But this time he comes out of nowhere with this random site by some group of Christians in Hong Kong, and it turns out these Hong Kong Christians, they paid locals to fake an archaeological site. They gave them 6 months and a bunch of money to build a site out of 5,000-year-old wood from the nearest village. And then they brought experts in to verify that the site was in fact 5,000 years old, and it was wild.
Hermeneutic says, if you had to give yourself a rogues gallery of no more than 5 villainous ops, who would they be? I don't know if I have a rogues gallery. If there were some people, there were some creators, some content creators in the past who I would say would qualify for a rogues gallery if they were still around, because the people that had beef, or the people that the people that I covered that legitimately had beef, a lot of them, their channels don't exist anymore, or they just stopped putting out stuff. And so like I was looking, like, for example, there was this one guy named Chris who was a car theist, and he took extreme beef with my review of his content. And he actually came onto one of my live streams. We had it out, blah blah blah. It was whatever. And then, but it was like shortly after that live stream, he deleted his channel and he just vanished. If he's on like another name or whatever, I have no idea. I've never come across him again, but he's definitely not doing apologetics anymore. And then there's another guy that I recently covered. What's his name? It was another car theist, the Manosphere car theist kid. I can't remember his name. It starts with a J. Jacob Swinson. And I went after him pretty hard, and now he's deleted all of his content except for like one video, and he hasn't put out anything since. So a lot of the people I've gone after are no longer around. So I don't know if I have a rogues gallery. And then Ken Hovind has never whacked. I've never done a whack an atheist on me because I'm not big enough, whatever. Matt Powell has never responded to me. None of the big names that I've come across have done it. Have gone after me. The only person I would say, if I were to, the only one I would say would barely qualify is Jim Bob. And that's because Jim Bob has covered my content twice and has done a piss poor job of doing that, because he deceptively edited my content in order to try and make himself look better. And that just made his review. But the problem is when he deceptively edited my stuff to do a review of it, he did it so badly, because the way I do my content, it's really hard to like, I don't like make like short, quick, quippy statements that can be cut and taken out of context. So because of that, it's really hard to edit. So his stuff comes out. So whenever he covers me, it comes out looking really janky. Because whenever he edits me, it's obvious I was in the middle of speaking or I was in the middle of a sentence, And so it's like, well, what was he going to say? And people got onto that really, really quick. And so Jim Bob maybe qualifies, but then again, he just self-destructed trying to take on Professor Dave, Forrest Valkai, and Erica. Like he just is completely self. And then the whole like the thumbnail with Professor Dave with the giant nose, because because Jim Bob is an anti-Semite. That whole thing is like he's self-destructing. So would I qualify him as that? I don't know. He's the only one who's gone after me enough, I would say, to qualify, but I don't know if I'm big enough or popular enough to have a rogues gallery yet. Not like Creaky Blinder, who could say like CC is a part of his rogues gallery. Kent Hovind is a part of his rogues gallery. I just don't think I have one yet. Or if I do, they never mention me.
I mean, that's your whole thing with reason, I guess. But you're like too reasonable. Like Creaky has enemies. He has people he doesn't like because he outright says, you're spreading bad ideas, you are a bad person. Whereas you're much more even keeled, and you're like, these are incredibly foolish ideas, and here's precisely why. But that doesn't make you a bad person. You can do better. Right. And I tend to share that view, at least for most people. Jim Bob may be beyond that pale, but the point is, you're not dark JL, and you kind of need a little bit of that darkness to get regular enemies.
Right. I have to be the knight. I have to be vengeance. Clive Wells says Jim Bob is too busy running away from culture cats at the moment. I'm not aware of that interaction. I'm very, very curious about that. And yes, Andrew O, our Halloween special was not kind to Jim Bob. It was not. Oh, Krakatoon. Been a minute. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing good. We've made a big change on the Stage of Reason, bringing it over to the we've brought it over to the Bridge the Divide server. So I hope you're doing well. Just kind of rolling with it. Jim Bob came in the chat on Snada and crashed out versus Kurt and rage quit when I called him a name he's heard 1,000 times. Oh, probably Rim Job. Because he absolutely crashed out. He absolutely crashed out when people were calling him Rim Job. It's such a stupid joke, and it's weird because he's the one who started calling me Beaver Boy. I guess making fun of I guess my front teeth, but he is the one who started calling me Beaver Boy. And when I called him Rim Job, he absolutely crashed. Why are you calling me disgusting things? That's gross. And I'm like, dude, you insult people all the time. What is this? So yeah, the double standards.
Huh? The dumb ass double standard nonsense. Like,
right.
He'll be anti-Semitic and trans. I mean, I just call him a Temu Andrew Wilson because he wants to be the icon of hating everyone and get people to follow him because he hates everyone.
Yeah.
But he's not even up to Andrew Wilson's level of bottom tier rage bait bullshit. Like he's Bill Craig is working hard to bury his bar as far underground as he can. Jim Bob is starting from the center of the earth,
Well, Andrew Wilson. For those who are familiar, I recently sideswiped Andrew Wilson. I'm going to call it a sideswipe. There's some drama there. It's it's part of the whole reason as to why I'm off politics now, and I brought the stage over here. Freaking unnecessary drama, but I feel like that's because somebody was asking me about that on the Skeptic Haven chat, and good to see you, Ryan Murphy. Thanks so much for popping in, taking a break from the American Horror Story series to hang out here. I know it's not the same Ryan Murphy, but I do appreciate it. Thank you, Ryan. The owls are not what they seem. No, they're not. Yeah, the fourth kind. Very nice. But Yeah, I've tried to avoid that, dealing with that shit, getting dragged down into that nonsense. But that seems to be that was the drama on the table, as to what happened. I don't know if anybody wants to hear that shit as to like what went down.
Oh, people love drama.
Like I say, I mean,
I'm not a big drama person myself, but I will say spill the tea on behalf of the chat because people fucking love tea.
well,
There's entire channels that do just tea.
I wasn't sure if anybody wanted to hear it, because only one person asked, and like it seemed to me that nobody really cared. So that if people wanted to know, they would have wanted to hear the details as to what happened.
No. It's your folks are polite. They're like, it's your story to tell. If you want to, we're not going to push. It's not that they don't want to hear it. It's that they're not going to try to impose and make you discuss something you don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to tell people about it. I mean, if they wanted to, I just didn't want to bog people down with like, it's like why is Jail talking about this fucking drama and shit? But lowly one is like, he's going to tell. if I guess that the whole situation is so fucked up, it's kind of twisted. And you're right, Roden. Jim Bob did poke the bear going after Professor Dave. That was pretty dumb of him. I have essentially Taco. I've parted ways with Taco, and I had to do it. I feel for my mental health, for my channel, for my content. I kind of had to part ways and cut ties, which is why I pulled the Stage of Reason from the Politics Discord server and brought it back over here to it kind of its rightful home. I've been thinking about doing it for a while because it just seemed weird to have like the Stage of Reason, the Bridge of Divide over on the Politics server. So it always seemed kind of odd, but I guess I just, like I said, I needed the impetus to do it and finally got it. And the whole reason behind it was is nothing. And just to clarify, has nothing to do with Andrew himself. I don't like Andrew. I've seen enough of his content to formulate an opinion about his character and about the way he conducts himself. And that's pretty much that. What happened over on Mega Bloodbath was I was in a stream and we were talking about Andrew Wilson doing debates like this. Andrew Wilson had a debate with Kurt. And I haven't watched it. I hear it went okay. That Kurt did pretty well. Hey, Moondog, good to see you. Nice Twin Peaks reference, Krakatoon. And I was expressing my opinion that Andrew Wilson, is not. He's not the kind of person that you would want to actively try to platform. Despite the size of his channel, I know it's a marketing thing that bringing him on attracts more people in. And if the whole goal is to make money, to increase channel to make money, then fine, do whatever. Taco can do whatever he wants with his channel. It's his choice, and I made sure that it's just my opinion on that respect. But his hateful rhetoric and what he espouses, it does real harm in the world. And just like when I stopped supporting modern day debate because James was continuing to platform Nathan Thompson after Nathan Thompson's arrest for harassing kids on the playground about flat Earth, just like and then he continued to pay Nathan Thompson to come on the show, to come on and debate people, just for the dumpster fire. I couldn't in good conscience continue to support MDD after seeing that happen. And given the shit that Wilson has, the stuff that he said, the rhetoric, the shit that went down with Matt Dillahunty, where Wilson knows he doesn't have a position that he can really argue for other than his emotions. And he has no real data to back his shit up. So he's got to go for the jugular when he knows he's got to go for like the personal shit when he knows he doesn't have an argument, which is exactly what he did against Matt Dillahunty by supposed to be arguing secular humanism versus Christian nationalism. And his intro was just attacking Matt's relationship with Arden. That kind of shit is in my mind not acceptable. It's my opinion, but it's totally subjective. But it's not acceptable. Someone as bad faith as Andrew does nothing to further discourse nor explore ideas. And I understand that there is a line between not platforming someone and shutting someone down so that they don't get a chance to speak. I'm not about canceling Andrew, nor am I about censoring him. I just don't want to be affiliated with him. That's just my personal decision. I just certain hateful individuals, no matter what they're saying, I just don't want to be a part of that. Someone else can have that conversation. And I was expressing my opinion. I have an opinion about Andrew. That was pretty much it. And so I was on the stage and I had made it abundantly clear that I wanted nothing to do with him. I didn't want to engage with him. I didn't want to give him any kind of I didn't want to in any way validate his existence by engaging with him. I just had no interest in that whatsoever, because it's going to turn into a shit show and I'm not interested in being part of the shit show. That's not my draw. It's not what I want. So, and I made that very clear to Taco. It's like, that's pretty much it. So we were just talking, blah, 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 on the stage, like this. And next thing I know, Andrew Wilson's on the stage with me. So,
well,
I knew my immediate thought was that one of two things happened. One, someone in the live chat messaged Andrew and said, "Hey, there's this guy talking shit about you on the stage, or talking shit on the stage. You should come over." Or two, Taco messaged Andrew and said, "Hey, there's this guy talking shit on the stage. You should come over." And while I can't confirm it, I think there's enough evidence to indicate that it was Taco who did it, because right before the whole, during the conversation, Andrew had to reschedule his debate with Kurt because he had a prior commitment. So he was rescheduling that. And so he was dealing with Taco on the back end, through messaging with rescheduling that. Andrew came into the stream and the first thing he said was, "I heard someone was talking shit about me having to reschedule." And that's not what was happening. But that is something that he might conclude after having the chat with Taco about rescheduling. So I conclude that it was Taco. I could be wrong, but I think there's sufficient evidence to conclude that it was Taco, that Taco invited him on the stream in order to do that. And so now all of a sudden I'm on the stage with Andrew. So Andrew asked, what's the issue? I voiced my opinion and I was done. We got into a bit of a back and forth, but I'm not interested. So eventually I passed it off to the other people on the stage. I think it was UG was there and Nobody on Fire was there. And I let them take it because I had no interest in engaging with Andrew Wilson at all. And so they took it and they ran with it and talked about his hypocrisy and all kinds of stuff, and got him into a position where he wouldn't answer questions. He's just being, bad faith, whatever. Knew UG was there. UG was there. And I just sat quietly, thinking that eventually he'll leave and we can get back to something substantive. And that eventually didn't happen. So eventually I was tired. So I started talking with people in the live chat, and eventually I was like, you know what, what am I doing here? So I went to go get a drink. And I was like, there's nothing really here for me to contribute. So I left. Now, that was the second time that Taco has ambushed me on the stage. The first time I gave him a pass. And that was when he brought that stupid ortho dipshit that I did a response video to about morality. And the guy is just absolutely toxic. But it wasn't just him. It was him and a friend. And it turned into a 2-on-1 where every time I tried to say something, one of them would jump in and I was going back and forth. And it was absolutely crazy. So it was just out of control. And so I expressed that I didn't like being ambushed. And then it was even crazier. And then it was wild because then, despite the fact that I was on there, they were brought on to talk to me. The beef was going on between the two of us, and then between the three of us, and then all of a sudden, I was told that I needed to leave the chat, that I needed to be taken off the stage so that they could run their mouths and do their thing. And so I was like, what the hell is going on? And that was a point of contention. But I gave it a pass. The second time, like I said, I don't have all the info. I don't have all the details, but I don't like being set up like that. And so that was pretty much it. And so I had the information that I had available to me. And I said, like I said, first time, shame, first time, shame on you. Second time, shame on me. I let it happen. I set myself up. It wasn't a great thing. It's like, I'm not sitting here on my computer with like clips of Andrew just ready to go. So I could just like put this on here. It's not even my stream. So when Andrew starts asking me for clips of him being hypocritical, I'm like, it's like, you seriously expect me to be sitting here in my comp on a live stream with someone else's channel with like prepared clips of you to respond to you? No, I don't care about him to that degree. So it was an untenable situation, and that's why I backed off. Thank you so much for the super chat there, Lowly, for $20 for 20 freedom dollars. Wow, just what? Yeah, I was kind of the same mind. And in my sense, there's no point in arguing about it. It's Taco's channel. Taco can run his channel however he wants. I understand why he runs it the way he does, which is fine. That's his. Just like James can run MDD however the hell he wants. That's fine. But I mean, if I disagree with it, I disagree with it, and I just go. There was just no point. It's just not something I wanted to be a part of, and that's what went down. I'm not interested. I'm just not interested in being a part of that format and being used in that respect. So that was just it. I was I mean, whether or not, I mean, there's the things I could be wrong on that. There's things I may be right on that, but it was sufficient enough for me that after expressing implicitly, I want nothing to do with this individual. I don't want to engage with him. I don't want to acknowledge his existence. I don't want to deal with it. If I'd gotten a message, gotten a quick PM saying, hey, Andrew's going to come on the stage. Do you want to bounce out while he's on here? That would have been great. But the drama is more profitable. Putting me on the spot is more profitable. And I'm guilty in allowing that to happen and putting myself in that situation. So that's my bad. But it won't happen again.
Back to what we were talking about earlier with horror stories. Like when you're presented with a situation and you don't have a framework for how to handle it, I've been caught in a similar problem. And I learned a neat trick from Bree Hiveside in this exact sort of situation. When a person is around who is doing bad faith things and is more than happy to cut you off and try to make you look bad and all the various things, you can just leave. You don't have to justify yourself. You don't have to explain why you're leaving. You can just go. And that saved me a whole lot of drama since then.
Right. And I see Taco in the chat. That's not slander, dude. I gave my perspective on my side with the information that I have to work with. Okay. I mean, that's what I've got. That's what I have to work with. Like I said, you can run your channel the way you want to, and I'm not going to, and I can't dictate the way you run your channel. Feel free to run your channel however you want. I express my opinion. I express my position. And then, a second time was put in an untenable situation. So, which is my fault. I acknowledge that because I allowed it to happen by putting myself there. So it's not going to happen again. I'm not interested. And so I get that the drama and the dumpster fire is profitable, giving a platform to ortho bro douches is fine for some people. It's not for me. Okay. I'm not, this is just my opinion. I'm not criticizing you. There's many channels out there that do the exact same thing you're doing. And like I said, I'm in the situation where I now have to kind of rebuild, and I knew that that was going to happen. I just, I needed the impetus to make the shift, and this was the impetus. So, so for anybody who was curious, because I got a couple of people came on my channel and were commenting, "Oh, you're just upset about that Andrew Wilson just cooked you." It was like, Andrew Wilson didn't cook anything. Andrew asked me for things that I didn't have because I don't save clips of him on my computer to then share with Taco to put on the screen. And Andrew didn't provide anything himself. Andrew provided anecdotes that can't really be confirmed, so we have to take his word on it. Okay? So, because going back and look is like, you can't confirm any of the shit he says. So it's he said, she said, which I'm not interested in. Or he said. So it's just nonsense. It's noise, which I have no interest in being a part of. So Andrew didn't cook shit. I didn't cook shit. Nobody cooked one another in that small interaction. I consider that my Andrew Wilson sideswipe, and that's as far as I want to go. So I'm done with that. So, you didn't have. I get it. You didn't have to time him out, Earl. I mean, Taco can talk. He could. Yeah. Take you could take off the timeout. I'm not concerned about it. He's not on the stage, so he's not like interrupting me or anything. But, hillbilly wars in the Sasquatch community. Oh, wild. But yeah, just like I said, it's a difference in, I guess you can chalk it up to a difference in personality or a difference in channel direction or what somebody wants or like how we conduct these things. I didn't appreciate it and I was done. Taco understands, or if he doesn't, then whatever. But that's just that. I'm aware that everything happened live, Taco. I'm aware of that. I was there. This is not slander. I'm giving you my perspective with the information that I have available. And I've acknowledged that there may be information that I don't have. Like I don't have access to your screen or your message history. So I can only assume what the evidence shows me as to what went down. I think I have enough evidence to rationally conclude a particular thing. Whether you're aware of it or not, I honestly don't care. It was the second time that happened. The second time's on me. And so I was done. I'm just not interested. So that was it. And I understand they're recorded. They're on your channel. People can go and watch them if they want to and formulate their own opinions as to what happened. I'm simply giving my side of it because people had asked. People asked on the Skeptic Haven stream. Nobody had really asked here because whatever. But I figured it's the elephant in the room, and that's pretty much it. You can run your channel the way you want to and do the things that you do. I don't have to be a part of it, and I don't have to support it. So that's pretty much it. I mean, that's what it comes down to. I was there. I didn't want to have anything to do with the individual. I expressed that multiple times in private messages between you and me. Not lying about you. You didn't say that you emailed him live. Don't lie about me. The first one we were all live and emailed him live. The group put the email together and you had rejoined. What? I don't need to pull anything up. What I know is he's not talking because he said he understood why you did it and that was fine. You came into my DMs and think you could tell me talk. Oh yeah. I'm not making shit up. I was on the stage. We were having a conversation. I was expressing my opinion about platforming people like Andrew's hateful rhetoric. You had an issue with how I was interpreting what platforming is, which you were wrong on, like straight up. because platforming is just providing a place for a person to talk. And then I was on there. I'd expressed to you multiple times I wanted nothing to do with him. I don't want to acknowledge him. I don't want to engage with him. And then you brought him on. You dumped him on the stage when I was there. It's not slander, dude. That's what happened. So I think we're good. Didn't put negative intention on you. I'm saying that the way you run your channel is different from the way I want to be. You run your channel in a way that I would rather not be associated with. That's all it is. That's my position. It's not negative intention on you. I think you did what you did because that's the way you run your channel. People can come away, whether I view it as negative or not, is entirely subjective. Okay, there's no like objective way to run a channel. So do what you do. Okay, but I don't need to be a part of it. I don't need to be up there to be set up like that. That was an ambush. That's what that was. The people who watched it knew what it was. You didn't bait me. It was an ambush because I was on there and I expressed I wanted nothing to do with Andrew and didn't want to engage with him. And then he dropped him on the stage after I'd voiced my opinion. That was an ambush. It's not slander.
Those old Dr. Phil episodes where they'd have a person on and be like, hey, you have a transgender child. What do you think about that? And the person will be like, oh, I hate my life. God will never forgive me. I failed as a parent. And then they bring the child on. Like,
right. Yeah.
Fuck. It's great for views. Very dramatic.
That is what happened. That is precisely what happened. And if anybody wants to point out differently, I'm willing to hear it. But you just saying, nuh-uh, no, dude, that's what you did. I don't care if you were giving him links to join the chat like 100 days before that live stream. Okay? I don't. I was on the stage. Andrew was not. When Andrew came on, the first words out of his mouth were, I heard someone was talking shit because I had to reschedule or over the rescheduling. Andrew had it in his mind that I can surmise that Andrew had it in his mind that someone that he had to reschedule with you. He had to push the debate. So people were talking shit like he was scared. The only way Andrew could have that impression was if you invited him on after having the conversation with him about rescheduling, which you told us about. You told us that he had to reschedule and that you were emailing him. You were talking to him about that. And then all of a sudden he came on. So either someone in the live chat or someone on the stage, other than you and me, sent him a message to indicate, hey, this is what happened. And this someone's talking shit and you should come on, or you did. Okay? I'm not being a baby. This is silly. Okay? There's no point. It's not slander. You're not even, again, just like when you misuse the term platforming and you accuse me of using platforming incorrectly, and then I sent you the definition of it, and all of a sudden you went quiet. Okay? You ambushed me. You took the opportunity to put Andrew on a stage with me after I expressed to you multiple times that I did not want to engage with him, and you deliberately dropped him in. And he had the notion, he said out of his own mouth, I heard someone was talking shit about me having to reschedule. And I said, no. That's not what was happening. No one was talking shit about you having to reschedule. He has a busy schedule. I understand that. That's why my issue is not with Andrew, because Andrew was used as much as I was. That's just it. Andrew was used as equally as I was for that scenario. And I voiced my opinion. I didn't run from him. The only thing intimidating about Andrew Wilson is that yeasty smell coming out of his underwear. I have no fear of Andrew, which is why I stuck around, because I didn't think it was going to last that long. But it did. It just kept going and going and going until eventually I was just done. I interacted with the live chat a bunch. And then I went and got a drink and I left because it was getting late and I had to go to bed. So that was it. Okay. You made your choice. I made mine with the information that I had available to me. I acknowledge that the conclusion that I made, oh, and hey, there's Leo. Leo wants to come up. I will bring Leo up. I like talking with Leo.
Yes. My apologies for encouraging you to spill tea.
Oh,
what
no,
could
it's all
possibly
good.
Go wrong?
I know, right? I anticipated it. What's up, Leo?
How goes it?
Drama.
I really just wanted to point out something technical here because nothing that you've said thus far amounts to slander. From Cornell Law School's Legal Information Institute, slander is a false statement usually made orally which defames another person. And according to the same exact source, defamation is a statement that injures a third party's reputation. To prove prima facie defamation, a plaintiff must show 4 things. 1, a false statement purporting to be fact. 2, publication or communication of that statement to a third person. 3, fault amounting to at least negligence. And 4, damages or some harm caused to the reputation of the person or entity who was the subject of the statement. But nothing that you've said, you have said nothing about Taco's person or character. All you've said is like, hey, you've got your own channel. You can run your channel however you want. There's nothing wrong with that. It's your channel. However, you might run it in a way that maybe doesn't align with some of the values that I have. And so then I don't want to be associated with that. That seems to be all you've said. That's not slander. That doesn't even remotely amount to slander. Now, if you said, Taco's is some slimy POS and, he's a liar, he's this and that and the other, and then Taco's lost a bunch of subscribers and money, maybe you could say that's some form of slander. But I don't think anything you've said has even remotely approached that. So this is not slander.
Yeah, it's the same shit that Darth. I mean, I hate to bring this up, Taco, but this is the same shit that Darth Dawkins does. This is the same kind of thing that Darth does. To be like, stop slandering me. It's like, no one's slandering you, Darth. We're just responding to your bullshit. And so, the slanderers, defamers, and whatever. It's not defamation. Okay, and I even acknowledged that I don't have access to your PMs. I am surmising from the evidence I have access to as to what likely went down. I could be wrong on that, but I think I have enough evidence to show that it comes down to it. I was on the stage. I expressed my opinion about Andrew Wilson's character and that I wanted nothing to, just like I want nothing to do with Nathan Thompson. I want nothing to do with Whitsitt. Okay. I want nothing. And at this point, because of what I know about Jim Bob, I want nothing to do with Jim Bob. I don't enjoy the performative shenanigans, for the sake of performative shenanigans. As gross as they, and especially when it's ultra gross. So I was there, he was not. Then you brought him on. He clicked the link, but you had to bring him on the stage. After I'd already expressed multiple times, both live and in PMs, that I wanted nothing to do with his ass. I don't want to engage with him. I don't want to be on the same platform as him. I don't want to give any kind of appearance that I am validating his existence. But because that's my position. You can have a different position. That's yours. That you whatever position you want, you can have that. You're entitled to it. But I'm also entitled to mine. And yet there I was on a stage, and all of a sudden you dropped Andrew in. I had considered just dropping the minute I heard his voice, because I heard his voice before he came on the stage. I had considered doing that, but I opted against it just so I'd have the opportunity to tell him to his face what I think about him, to express my opinion. And he immediately went into a composition fallacy, okay, because he's an idiot. And so, like I said, no interest in whatsoever. I voiced my opinion. I said my piece, and then I let the other guys take it. That's it. So it's not slander, dude. I'm reporting what happened and surmising about the things that I don't have access to, which I think are sufficient enough unless you provide evidence that proves me wrong. So, which I'm willing to hear. Like if you say, but if you send him a DM that says, hey, this guy's on my stage talking shit, and then you brought him over. And he was like, and then he's like, oh yeah, I got to go handle this guy. Well, there you go. That's what I'm concluding happened. Which means after I expressed I didn't want to be on there, you dropped him on the stage. And the only logically consistent reason I think you would do that is for the drama, is for the clicks and views. Look at the crash out that's going to happen between Andrew Wilson and JL. AW and JL. So, and I was like, I don't want to be a part of that. And if that's the extent of, of how you view, if that is the extent of how you view my contribution, then I don't need to be a part of it. Good to go. And thank you, Leo, for that. Someone had a question. Is that a geek slap or a nerd slap? I think that's a nerd slap.
Well, it's not really a slap at all. I'm not slapping anybody or trying to own anybody. I'm just pointing out that according to one of the world's foremost law schools, you haven't done any slander. Nothing that you said is an attack on Taco's character or person, and hasn't injured his reputation. It's just saying, hey, you have a channel, you run it a particular way. The way that you run it doesn't align with my values, such that I don't want to be associated with that. That's not slander. That's just not slander.
Good to go.
I do wonder if falsely accusing someone of slander could itself be slanderous.
I think it depends on whether or not it damages your reputation. It causes provable losses.
And see, now we have another keyboard warrior, the cat down the road. JL scared to debate Andrew because he knows he'll rue the day he decided to go up against the Crucible. I am not impressed by the Crucible. The Crucible is what I call rageonomics. Okay, it's just rage bait is all it is. Okay, I am not interested in his rhetoric. In his ortho bro, misogynistic, homophobic, transphobic, antisocial nonsense. I have no interest in it. He does more harm than he does good. We've seen it firsthand.
Does he do good?
Okay.
I don't think he does any good. Except for, preserving the integrity of pickle jars.
Yes. I think it might have been an olive jar. But either way, when you can't open an olive jar and then someone else has to do it, and then you blame the girl who tried to open it before you blame her, for your failure, that's just pathetic shit. So
it's really funny because in my head, I get a picture of Andrew just standing there going, I'm a big, strong man. And then it immediately cuts to that episode of SpongeBob where he's trying to open the ketchup bottle and can and just goes, if I could just run this under some hot water.
So it's just, it's really silly, and it's low tier and I have no interest in it. So the problem is,
I would gladly debate Big Papa Fascist, but he probably wouldn't debate me on any of the things that I want to debate him on. Because I don't want to debate him on this whole secular humanism. I don't even know if I would characterize myself as a secular humanist. I don't want to debate the secular humanism versus Christian nationalism, because any debate that's related to that I have with him is just going to end up devolving into a debate on moral realism versus moral anti-realism.
Yes.
Which is a subject I would gladly debate Andrew Wilson on, and he will not do well in that discussion. I would also debate him on something like leftism versus traditionalism or something like that, because he wouldn't do well in that debate either.
So, the conversations that I'd be interested in, the moral realism versus moral anti-realism debate, I'd be very interested in doing that. But the problem is, and the way I view it, is not that, and Andrew is an idiot. Okay, he is. He's not. He just is. All you have to do is watch his shit, and it's just low tier bullshit. It's low IQ, like Earl says, it's low IQ man boys with fragile egos. The problem is that when he doesn't have a position, he goes personal. Okay, that's the whole point. If you notice it every single time, if Andrew doesn't have a position that he can sufficiently defend because he's an idiot, he immediately goes personal. He attacks the character of the individual.
You know what, JL, you lick sniz, okay? You lick sniz. All right, buddy?
I do. That obviously means that all of my arguments are completely invalid. It's freaking ridiculous. Why am I going to get on a platform and engage with a person that when I corner them, they're going to get into personal attacks? What is the point of that? It's not that I don't have a means to like weave my way through it. Like to try and, do whatever. I have no interest in being a part of that discussion, because why am I validating it? It's the exact same. Then you have two choices. One, you can either try and engage with it and try to get around it, and like kind of like the Eric Peterson style, laugh off the bullshit and keep it on point, or you can get up and leave. Okay, but either way, they come out looking. I would say they come out looking the stronger, because they're dominating it by being an interlock, by being in the inquisitor position. They're dominating the conversation, and if you just get up and leave, that's exactly what they want you to do. You're giving them what they want. So literally, they've turned rationality, they've turned acting in a reasonable manner into a weapon. They've weaponized it against people. It's no longer a positive virtue to act in a rational, logically consistent manner. It's now a weapon against them. It's now a weakness to act in this fashion, which is fucked up, in my opinion. That's seriously messed up. People think, oh, he lost. He get up and lost. Why did Matt get up and leave? Why did he walk away from the debate? He didn't get up and walk away. Well, if you remember correctly, he didn't get up and walk away because of what Andrew said. He got up and walked away because James refused to moderate and keep the conversation on point, because James was just going to let the dumpster fire burn, because that's what James wants, because it's money. That's what's profitable for him. So Matt didn't want to be a part of that, so he got up and left, which is a reasonable thing to do. And then he's vilified for being reasonable. This is fucking insanity.
How dare you be reasonable? This is why nobody's coming to the stage of reason today, because how dare you be reasonable?
Right.
It's, after empathy, it's the greatest sin. But I do want to point out, as Matt correctly noted, and in his debate that he walked out of, Andrew's very first sentence was conceding the entire argument. So Matt was like, the debate's over. I won. He conceded, and then spent the rest of his opening on personal attacks. That doesn't matter to me. He conceded.
I do remember that, because I was there, like in the front or second row of that debate.
Oh shit, you were present.
Yeah, I did 4 debates myself at that conference, at DebateCon 4. I debated Whitsitt in person. I debated Eric Hernandez. I debated Destiny, and then I debated what's his name? Chud? Is it Chud Logic? I think.
That's a great.
That started off a little bit fiery, but then it calmed down towards the end. But Chud Logic is one of those guys where like he's got sort of a persona that he maintains. So, and I just was not having it at the beginning of that debate. Like I just don't do it. I just don't do that. But yeah, it's fucking Whitsitt just got smashed in that discussion. Oh my fucking god!
That was such a fun debate. My goodness.
Yeah,
I don't know if you saw that, but it sticks out in my head because like Leo made supremely good use of what our friend Damien Marie at Hope calls the ontology question. Like whenever Whitsitt said something ridiculous, made up technobabble sounding, Leo was just like, "What is that?"
Wait, you and Mark did a review of that debate, didn't you?
I think so.
Didn't you?
I'm pretty sure. We've done so many, though. It's hard to recall them all.
But yeah, and it's just, and that's what you have to do when people say, just like, oh, well that's a this and that fallacy. Is it? Okay, so what is that fallacy? How specifically did I commit it? And then they can't answer because it's just saying fallacies for the sake of saying fallacies.
Right. Yeah, that's one thing that gets me the most. Is like I think it's even worse when they make fallacies up out of whole cloth. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, or the low tier, if they think it's like they have an idea as to what a fallacy is, and then they misappropriate it, which is, or they misapply it, which is just silly to me. It's just it's so bad, but there's the drama. That's what happened. From my perspective, like I said, it's over and done with. I don't see any point. I mean, whatever. I don't know. I mean, like I said, Taco can keep doing his thing. I know that he'll keep platforming him. Especially, I mean, he may even still platform Jim Bob. I have no idea. After the line fucking destroyed him, after Forrest and Erica destroyed him on the line, Professor Dave destroyed him as well. So
destroyed him after Dave had already done that. I mean, when I was watching Forrest and Erica talk about it, I was just like, it's like that one meme from The Simpsons. No, stop! He's already dead.
He's already dead.
Like, it's just, and Dave, Erica, Forrest, many others have pointed it out. Like, Jim Bob literally doesn't understand middle school biology concepts.
Yeah.
Like your average 8th grader, if you just went, would be able to answer some of these questions. Now, naturally, we wouldn't expect their responses to be, super technical or something like that, but they would be able to show that they have a conceptual understanding of what they're being taught. And it's like, you're 40-something years old, dude, and you're debating this online, and you don't understand middle school level concepts at the level that a 7th grader would be taught them. It's just sad.
Yeah. And after Eric, Planet Peterson did the debate, was at DebateCon this past November. Hey, Robin Hood, good to see you. And Robin says hello to Leo as well. Good to see you, Robin.
Howdy.
After Eric debated him, and he put that post on his community post that pretty much confirmed that Jim Bob is all performative. What he gives online is not like who he really is. It's all just like, bro, it's all just a show. So it's for entertainment purposes only. That was when I knew is like there's no point, because I'm not interested in I'm not interested in giving or invalidating performative bullshit. Especially if the other guy is arguing for it and he's just LARPing. Whatever.
Yeah, he's literally engaging a cartoon character, which is ironic since that's Jim Bob's whole thing, is drawing his cartoons.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a crash out. Taco was not pleased with my take on what happened. He thinks it's Rodent. I don't think Jim Bob is talented enough to be Andy Kaufman, but I get the reference. It's all just bullshit. But the drama is explained. The elephant in the room has been addressed. I don't even know if it was an elephant. I don't know how many people were interested in hearing it, but that's all that went down. I know that Toronto Bible Study wanted to debate me on Taco's channel, huh?
What subject or topic?
The existence of God thing. He was attacking specifically. He wanted to run the MOD, the modal ontological, the MOA, the modal ontological argument, and it's the same bullshit that he's run before. And
does TBS even understand the modal? I don't think he understands the modal.
I don't know if he does. Yeah, I don't know if he does, but he wanted to find a place to run it. Because that's what he was hard on to debate about it. And then the only play, I guess, Taco was like, you could debate him on, like he sent me a message. He's like, you could debate me on my channel, and I just didn't respond because I have just no interest in being over there anymore. So I was kind of like, no. So that's not going to happen. I don't know when the next debate I'll do, when the next official formal debate I'll do. I don't like debating people here because it's not a neutral platform. And I don't want to give the sense of impropriety of having to mute somebody. If I know I could bring on a neutral moderator, but having them have that like that kind of access to mute people and shit like that is can get pretty complicated. And I don't want to mess anything up. So I'd rather just be on a neutral platform. It's far easier to do it, but it just won't be on Taco's channel anymore. So, and Boomer 310, who has been a member of the Godless Army for 52 months. Thank you so much, Boomer. You rock. You are closing in on the highest tier badge for channel memberships. You're almost there. You're closing in. I thank you so much for that support, bud. You rock. Pardon me. But yeah, that was pretty much it. I didn't want to. I just don't want to get dragged down into that mire, into that muck.
I made a couple social media posts challenging Jay Dyer to a debate after he said something about Dave Farina wouldn't debate him because Dave doesn't understand anything about philosophy, and Dave is straight up said like, "Yeah, I'm not a fucking philosopher, dude." It's like, well, I'll debate you, Jay. We can talk all the philosophy that you want, and you will do very bad. You will do really, really bad.
He would.
I mean, arguably, Jay isn't a philosopher either.
Supposedly, he has like a master's or a PhD in philosophy from an accredited university, but I mean, he doesn't understand the subject at all. So
if
there's a lot of people that like have degrees in philosophy that I have to be honest, it's astonishing how poor they actually are at philosophy.
If he did, I mean, a master's degree, then I don't see how that. I'm having difficulty reconciling that with him thinking that validity equates to soundness. Like, how do you make that mistake?
By not understanding basic formal logic.
In the literature of philosophy or something.
Oh, and thank you, I Killed Earl, who's been a member of the Godless Army for 30 months. I do appreciate that. And thank you, Jessica, who's been a member for 6 months. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that support, y'all.
So does that, like, that message, the message that says so-and-so has been a member for such and such time, is there a button you can click to, like, show how long you've been for, or does that just magically come up when the time has passed?
There's a, when you click on the super chat function, that gives you an option to do a super chat, a super thanks, or a milestone chat, and you can do a milestone chat once a month, and it's free, just to like show the platform that you've been a member for so long. And so, but once a month, you get the opportunity.
Show everybody how much more superior you are to all these other plebes that are too poor to afford a Bridge the Divide membership, which also includes me. So, because I unfortunately don't have one. I don't think I've joined. I'm a member of any channel. Mainly just because I really even like everybody's like, oh, it's only like $2. It's like, yeah, but for some of us, $2 means a lot.
Mine's 99 cents. Mine's 99 cents because that's about as much as I value my content. Mine's just 99 cents.
And the thing is, I would do it for channels like at least from what I've seen, you don't like put a lot of your content behind the paywall, which it's probably not a very what's the word I'm looking for? Fair way of wording that, behind a paywall, but like you don't have a lot of like members only stuff. I think I've maybe seen a couple of things, but if there was a channel that I really enjoyed watching and they had a lot of their stuff members only and it was like 99 cents or like $1.99, then I probably would. But most of the channels I watch, the content that I'm interested in is just not, I can watch it without having to join the channel, and that's why I don't. It's not that I don't want to support them or something, it's just I'm not going to spend the money if I don't need to enjoy their content.
Oh, great. And I will, I think I've never paywalled any of my stuff. I have done it like once or twice where I put like a members first and then something, and then it releases later to the public. I don't like how that plays with the analytics. So I just like, all my stuff is free. Feel free to come in. You don't have to subscribe. I mean, you subscribe for free, but you don't have to pay for my content. If people want to support, then I assume that they will support. If they don't want to support, then they won't support. So, which is fine.
Yeah.
Which is all good. Just the 45 people who are in my live chat right now is just amazing. Just alone, that's just awesome. That 47 people who want to hang out here and hear us chat about these subjects is just great. So, I think it's awesome. Fenton Moley, good to see you. This is Imagine Cucking for Dyer. Yeah, ask Jim Bob about that one because he definitely is. He definitely has the cuck chair in that hotel room. Dyer is he's such trash. He's so bad. But yeah, if people want to support, they can support. If they don't, they don't. If my stuff is interesting, then people will subscribe. I just try to make headway on the strength of my content alone, and I don't need to like force people to pay for that. I don't need it. Like I don't. It's not. This is not like my primary job. It's the one thing I really enjoy doing, but I don't need to. I'm doing it just like I need to make my next paycheck. I need to secure that. If the money comes, the money comes. money. I have money coming in other ways, so I'm not terribly worried about this. So.
Yeah, I don't get what all the hype around Dyer is. Like, he's just not good at what he does.
I think a couple of people, Jay Dyer's never expressed an interest in like engaging with me. I don't even think he knows who I am, which is fine. I'm totally cool with that. I know people have said, you'll never debate Jay Dyer. It's like, I have no interest in debating Jay Dyer because Jay Dyer is a moron. But thank you, Cindy Johnson, for all the emojis. Those are all the cool custom emojis I've made that you get access to if you're a channel member. You can get all the cool emojis I've made. But yeah, however it goes. I mean, if it's there, it's there. Dyer never impressed me, and the whole
Never.
Yeah, the whole validity equals soundness thing. Just like I was like, this guy. Yeah, I was like, I'm done. It's like this guy doesn't have anything to offer. But that's
I've noticed like a few weeks ago, I debated Wi-Fi gospel on MDD, and it was about, I think, does God exist or something like that. And the whole time he wanted to talk about epistemology when normally they want to talk about like logic and all that stuff. And it's just, I mean, it's so transparent that all these pre-suppers, I don't think I've ever met a single one that's even remotely competent with formal logic. It's astounding the level of confidence that people have in their claims when like I guarantee you that like if Jay Dyer all of a sudden showed up here and I asked him what are the 5 logical connectives, he wouldn't be able to answer that question. Most of them can't answer that question. Anybody that's just gleaned a formal logic course knows the answer to that question. The answer being, you've got conjunction, P and Q, disjunction, P or Q, implication, P implies Q. It could also be read as if P then Q. Biconditional, P if and only if Q, and then negation, not P. Those are the connect. Like, if you can't answer that question, stop talking about logic. You don't know what you're talking about. You just fucking don't know what you're talking about.
This is it. Hey, what's up, Commander Ollieman? Good to see you. Hailing from the Great White North. I feel bad for I don't know what's going on with the Canadian Olympics team and the curling team, but interesting to see a little controversy between Canada and Sweden, which is just weird, which is totally unexpected. That's wild that Canada would make the news. Well, let me see here.
I know, for deflating footballs or something, right? So yeah, it's I do the same thing, and Ollie gives me shit for it all the time. I don't know if you're aware, but for the chat, it's Canadian Ollieman.
Canadian Ollieman.
Yeah.
All I know is that, and I'm not that terribly familiar with curling, but my understanding is that you're not allowed to touch the granite. You're not allowed to touch the granite after the I guess the slab or whatever they call it has passed the hog line. That's what I know is like that you can touch the handle.
Oh, I thought it was just once you release, you can't touch it again because that's a double touch.
I think that if once, and I know that the handles are designed that there's electronics in the handle that's designed to indicate when they've been touched a second time, and that once you release the handle, you can double touch before the hog line, but you can never touch. You cannot touch the granite at any point. And so I don't know. Maybe they were pushing it to I don't know. It's wild that
I know so little about the sport. It's amazing how much extra stuff there is to this weird game that people are only interested in because it breaks physics.
And it's like, and all of a sudden it's in the news. It's in the news because apparently Canada cheated. I don't know. I don't know enough about the game to conclude that they did. I heard that the Olympic Committee was not going to do anything about it, but then I heard that another Canadian was accused again of doing it again. So it's twice they've been caught doing it. I don't know. It was funny to see a Canadian. Ollieman says, you're going to make me come on Discord and talk about this, are you? All I know is that the Swedes called him out, and it was funny seeing a Canadian be like, F you. It's like,
Oh, you got a fucking problem there, eh?
I just found it to be entertaining. Cindy Johnson, thank you so much for the, has been a member of the Godless Army for 48 months. I do appreciate that, Cindy. 2 year, 48, 12, 24, 4 years. Wow. Is that 4 years? Yeah. Very impressive.
Dang, that's longer than I've been on YouTube. That's cool.
Okay,
So I was poking around for Mr. Dyer's background. According to a 2020 biography, he has a bachelor's in philosophy.
Okay. I knew he had a degree of some sort.
All the pages it links to have been deleted, and I can't find a newer one.
I don't know. Someone did say something interesting. I wanted to make sure. Slavic Brotherhood that, hello, in principle, divine thought is logic. Philosophy has to do with wisdom. Without philosophy, there can be no talk of progress or morality. I don't know
what that's supposed to mean.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
This is what I mean. Like, people are so fucking convinced of their own genius that they say shit that just doesn't make any sense.
Right.
And then they run to AIs and say, well, I ran this one GPT. Yeah, you're convinced of your own genius and desperate to have it validated. So you run to frequently wrong, very, very easily led AIs to convince you of the genius that you don't have.
And hey, Raven, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out, Raven. I realized I didn't say hi to you, so I know that you're still a big supporter of the Week in Horror. And Coolin with Colin is in the chat. Good to see you, Collins. Has been a member of the Godless Army for 28 months. Thank you so much, Colin. You rule. I occasionally get to chat with Colin every once in a while. I hope you're doing well, bud. It's I'm glad that I was able to maintain to hang with Colin, especially after all the Irish Demon drama that went down. So they go to GPT when the SEP is easily accessible. Agreed. Or the Internet Encyclopedia, the IEP. The IEP or the SEP is easily accessible, and yet they'll go to Chat GPT. So
I remember seeing a video not long ago of one day when Chat GPT was down for some reason, and a person who wasn't even one of the psychopath users was like, I've completely forgotten how to Google things. I know you just type in the question and the Google happens, but like, I've been using ChatGPT so long, 3 months, I have forgotten how to Google things myself. Holy shit.
Cindy Johnson. Wow, that's another one I missed. What about happened with Irish Demon? Colin might have actually more information on that. I know that it's been a while since that went down. There were some accusations of I guess there's some accusations of improprieties in how he was doing his content and the stuff that he was engaging with and some things that he did. Okay, this is coming from me. Don't take it as gospel. I'm not saying that this is a fact, but there were some accusations of him being a sex pest, engaging in that kind of shenanigans, and some stuff behind the scenes that got him in some hot water. And I don't want to speak for Johnny O or PhD Tony, but I said that we just kind of like stopped associating, which kind of killed the Four Beardsmen thing. So I don't have all the details. I don't want to make any assumptions about his character, what was going on there. I just heard that he got in some hot water, either with money or with what he was doing behind the scenes. And it was not good. So I just immediately hands off and just backed away. And that was it. And I did send him a message saying, hey, if you ever want to talk, let me know. Just reach out anytime. And he never did. So, that was pretty much it. I don't know. That's all I really know.
Who the fuck is Irish Demon?
Irish Demon was years ago when I had started YouTube. We were involved. 4 of us got together. It was PhD Tony, Johnny O from the Plot Hole, myself, and Irish Demon. Irish Demon is a Irish content. He lives in Ireland. He's a content creator, and he did like stunts, like goofy stunts, and of course debunking frauditors, First Amendment auditors, and exposing that kind of stuff. Just like whatever. He was just kind of a goofy guy, and he was funny. He was good comic relief. He was the fourth beardsman because we all had beards, and so that was pretty much it. And we called ourselves the four beardsmen of the apocalypse. And so we all had different kind of like areas that we would talk on different subjects. And as his channel was getting bigger and whatever was going on, he got himself into some hot water with some of his antics, and there were some accusations made, and I just kind of I backed away from it. So I'm not abreast of all the drama. I just kind of when those accusations start flying, it's time to just separate yourself and be done. So, and Jessica, I hear you. Pretty much the only one I watch, I still watch Team Skeptic, and I watch because of his the courtroom dramas, and I watch Van Balian. Those are the only ones I still kind of watch whenever those pop up, because I'm a big supporter of Team Skeptic. I like to consider myself his friend. I know him personally. He's a good dude. I like Team, and Team was the first one who kind of pointed out the issues with Irish Demon and why Team kind of separated away first. And I think it just took us a bit longer to kind of to catch on to it. But Leo, he was a YouTuber. He's still going. I think he's got almost 70,000 subs, but we're just not affiliated with him anymore. So a lot of us, that's pretty much it. There's another example of.
Yeah, I don't. There's apparently a lot of people on YouTube that everybody else knows, and I don't.
Yeah.
It happened, and I wish we're kind of I don't know, a Wikipedia of YouTube channels or something, because every so often somebody comes out of nowhere, blindsides you, and then you have a drama catastrophe to deal with, and it turns out everyone else knew that person the whole time and never told you. You're
right.
Damn it, why does this keep happening?
I mean, there's the classic moment, the moment that will never die, when we were all in a live stream together, and Irish Demon almost started a fire in his studio with a sparkler and a glass of whiskey. And set the fire alarm off in his house, and it was fucking chaos. And there's going to be treasured moments like that when it was funny as hell. That was the kind of comedy, but I wish it was I don't know. Money reveals people. I have no idea, but if only
there was something I wanted to comment on. I was using the restroom when you guys were talking about ChatGPT and all this stuff. Look, I think that there is a place for AI in our society, and I think that the little AI overviews that you get when you search on Google, I think they can be meaningful, but people who run literally everything through AI and always check something with an AI are just intellectually lazy. These are people that they want to have the knowledge without having to do the learning. And it's fostered a mentality amongst people where they really are convinced that they're complete fucking geniuses, and they use AI to validate that assumption, and then it just becomes obvious that they don't know anything.
Right.
I hate it so fucking much. Take the time to read books, watch lecture series, engage with experts on the subject. One thing, I've had a lot of people ask me, well, you're not an expert, you never went to college. How did you learn all the stuff about physics that you learned? I read books. I watched lecture series and worked on problem sets. I've engaged with, I couldn't tell you how many experts. That's how you learn things. I didn't run, well, of course, you didn't really have AI, at least at the level that we do now, more than 2 years ago. So that wasn't available. But even if it was, I wouldn't have used it. I don't care. I just don't care. Even when AI hit and everybody's like, oh, ChatGPT, look at Chat. I'm just I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, and Colin, I saw that. I said I don't really want to comment on that. I stayed out of it for the most part, but you gave a good summary, JL. Okay, cool. Yeah, there wasn't much. I mean, like I said, it was just drama that happened way back when, and that's pretty much it. I wish there wasn't drama. I really do, but I know that drama is clicks and views. Drama generates clicks and views. It's just yeah. I feel it. I think. Oh yeah, Shiz probably has all the details about that. Probably, So Shiz probably would have the info. That was a chaotic stream. Talking to Coded on Shiz's stream. That was fucking chaos. So
I think it's really bad, honestly, how there's Go ahead, Ember.
I was just saying there's so much lore, and I have no fucking idea about any of it.
And what were you saying, Leo?
I think it's really sad how there's a lot of channels out there that either A, when they started, were really centered around like trying to have meaningful discussions with people who have disagreements about things and trying to foster a community where people can come and actually talk with each other about things that they just that like fosters that meaningful understanding, that have switched to it's all about the drama and rage baiting and clout chasing and content farming. And look, I don't think it's wrong to try to, want to make a profit or make a living doing YouTube. But when that becomes the center of what your channel is and what your channel does, then it's just you have nowhere else to go but down, not up.
Right.
Because then everything becomes about, well, whatever. And this is why I think certain people on YouTube have gotten popular, is because all they care about is just saying and doing whatever keeps them in the algorithm and keeps people clicking on their channels. They don't really care about fostering the kinds of communities where people can get together and have honest and meaningful discussions about complex topics. And it's really, really sad.
It's like people only do stuff because they get paid. And that's just really sad. Oh, Wayne's World. I love that. Well, like they said in Buffy, where do we go from here? Unfortunately, no believers yet. But like I said, I hope me coming off of politics hasn't wrecked it. But I have taken the advice. I will definitely change the title to reflect what we do here, and hopefully, that'll attract some people. I'm not simultaneously live streaming on TikTok, which I know sometimes helps. But I guess I'll have to figure out how to get the stream out there so that people know. I'm not. This is the kicker, Leo. I use StreamYard, and I'm wary about putting the StreamYard link out to bring people on because of the things I've seen happen when people will come on and they come on just to try. And then when they come on camera, they do something just to try and take your stream down. You know what I'm talking about?
So put them on camera.
Yeah, I'm wary about that. And so, because I've seen it happen to Johnny O one time. I saw it happen to, it obviously happened to Taco once, and I don't want to risk it. So I'm wary about just putting the StreamYard link out public. So people will come on. But Jessica says, sounds like you need a producer. I probably do, because I'm doing it all myself. So I know, I'll tell you what I do, what I really do need, and I have no idea how to go about this. I need an admin for the Discord server that knows Discord better than I do, because I'm still learning Discord and all the little intricate details and everything. So I don't have an admin, so because nobody else has ever had the time. So, and here's another kicker, and Andrew brings up, and this is a good point. I think DZ had guessed he's had to censor. Justin might have some tips to share. I've reached out to other people about like how to do how to do the setup, and I never hear back. And I reason it's not because it's me, it's because giving this advice to other channels would be those individuals creating competition for their own streams from like a business perspective. So
well,
a lot of people can't handle it.
in a lot of industries. Like, I was a photographer for a couple of years, and a lot of people looked at me funny because I teach new photographers the things I know. I'm like, well, here's the thing. It's not the tech, it's the vision, right? Like photography is very artistic. It's what you're producing with the images. I want to see more beautiful images in the world. And more importantly, I want to raise the standard of the art form. It's not going to hurt my ability to produce images. It's going to make the pictures everyone sees better,
Right.
And I see this sort of the same thing. The technical know-how doesn't create competition. You may end up giving somebody the tools they need to outshine you with their own personality or their knowledge or their ability to reason or whatever. But if that's the case, they're eventually going to do that anyway. And if I help them in the beginning, then they look at me kindly and we can collaborate and shit in the future. There is no downside. You do nothing but lose by trying to be selfish about the techniques and the technology. From my perspective, I may be wrong.
The amount of YouTubers I've seen get big. Like, dude, I remember when Erica, when her channel had like 3K subs. She's at like 170 something, like almost 200,000 now. It's just incredible, and I absolutely love seeing it because these are people that do really, really good work, that know what they're talking about, and that contribute meaningfully to the discourse. And those are the people I want to get big, that I want to see become popular.
Fingers crossed one day.
Go, but
I could get bigger if I could produce content. It's just the MacBook that I have to do all my editing on is so god awfully slow. And I don't have, at least right now, $100 to unlock Movavi so that I spent an hour learning how to use it because it says, oh, you can download it for free. And I'm just like, okay. So, there'll be a free version I can use, and it might not have all the tools available, but it'll have, the basics that I need to make content on YouTube. I spent an hour learning how to use it and all this stuff, went to upload a video, and oh no, since you have the free version, you can't upload videos longer than 60 seconds. And I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. And it's like, I could go to my MacBook and use iMovie, but I get really sick and tired of the import process taking 2 hours and then the uploading process on YouTube, where it goes to all the checks and everything, taking another 2 or 3 hours. And that's half a fucking day spent uploading one video. It's just, I fucking hate it.
Oh, and Raven, to answer that question, how many of the greats have we lost over the years? Too many. Too many good ones. I see that Canadian Ollieman is in the chat and he's got his hand raised. And I'm going to assume
he's going to come throwing at you.
I assume that Ollieman is going to inform us
Curl
about
stone.
curling.
What's going on?
How's it going?
Is this thing working?
It is working. I hear you good.
Yep, you're up.
Okay. It's been a while since I used Discord. Curling. Yeah, you're not allowed to touch any part of the granite at any point in time.
Okay.
You are allowed to double touch the actual handle part, as long as the front edge, the leading edge of the rock, has not crossed the hog line yet.
Okay. So the video we saw, he did break the rules when he touched the granite.
I have questions about the video that we saw.
Oh, yeah?
If you watch the video that we saw, yeah, he does poke his finger out at the rock. I agree with that. But his finger appears to change size 2 or 3 times. So I'm wondering if somebody touched it up with AI afterwards. I really am.
Huh.
This is the other thing that pisses me off about AI. Like, I'm not trying to toot my own horn here. I'm really not. But I'm pretty good at being able to look at a photo or a video and be like, yeah, that's AI. But most people probably aren't that good, and it's just so fucking bad. It's just it's just so shitty.
That's why I'm torn on it, right? And as for the second thing that happened, it was with the Canadians women's team. It was on like the skip's first stone in the very first end, and the refs declared that she touched the stone, and they removed the stone from play.
Right.
And the women lost. That stone would have been there for an extra point in that end, and they lost that game by 1 point in extra ends at the end of the game.
You guys want to know something? I'm going to turn my camera on for this so that I can do the thing.
Okay.
I think doing curling would be really fun, but I want to be the guy that's got the broom thing. That's doing this thing. I'm sorry, but that looks like it would be a lot of fun. Just sitting there. Let's go. Come on.
The sweeping is fun. It is. I haven't curled in a few years, but I have curled. The difficulty is just keeping up with that stone on the ice. It can be going fast. You have a. I'm not sure if you're aware what they wear on their feet, but one of the shoes has a bit of grip, and the other one is just a slide that's designed to slide on the ice. So if you put all of your weight on that one, you're relying on your balance to stay on your feet.
Mm-hmm. So I have a quick question. Where was curling invented?
Scotland.
That's what I thought. And so when I was watching a little bit of the curling of the Olympics yesterday, there were like two people doing the broomy thing. Does one of them like smooth the ice and then the other one maybe roughs it up to slow it down? Is that how that works, or how does that work?
The sweeping motion of the ice warms the ice just enough to start melting the top surface of the ice, which can affect the curl of the rock.
Okay.
Okay. Interesting.
Because I know curling is actually pretty technical, but I've never really looked into it. But it is interesting to watch. I will say that.
Like right before you curl, have you ever seen them preparing the sheet of ice?
I don't think I have. No.
Okay, so basically you got a sheet of ice out there, right? But right before the curling starts, there's a judge that goes up and down each curling lane, and he's got a hose with water coming out of it, and he's just spraying dimples of water everywhere. And he's doing a pattern so that the whole sheet of ice gets covered by the tiniest, finest little bumps of water that freeze there instantly. And that's like the ice is not smooth, it's bumpy.
Okay.
And like I said, when they're doing that sweeping, they can deform that ice that's there and cause it to change shape and make the disc curl. Or help the disc curl.
And in the handle, in the physical handle on the rock, those things are designed. It's not just a handle. There's actually a sensor in that detects when it's been touched, right?
Now I believe so. I mean, last time I curled was 30 years ago, and it was just a little rink, so they didn't have sophisticated rocks. But yeah, for official play like that, I'm pretty sure there is a sensor in the handle that's designed to detect any touches once the disc has crossed the plane of the hog line.
Okay. So as a Canadian, and I mean, as far as like national pride goes, like this, what is your stance on what the Canadians did, just from what you've seen? What is your takeaway?
With the women, I don't think they did anything wrong, and nobody's shown any touch on that rock. So they may have just been handled wrongly because of the controversy that happened in the previous game. Just saying. But with the men, I think that our man went overboard a bit with swearing. That's just not something you do at a public event. And he's apologized since for that. But I mean, in the heat of a competition like that, people lose their tempers. That happens. So it is a bit reasonable. As for whether or not he actually touched it, if he touched it, then he deserves to be sanctioned. I mean, to remove the rock from play, that all needed to happen. But like I said, I'm not there actually judging it. I didn't watch it live, and the only video footage I saw comes from a Swedish cameraman. So so was it doctored before we got to see it? We have no idea.
Hurling looks pretty intense. Someone just mentioned hurling in the live chat. It says it says, I find curling boring. If you want to watch a real game, check out the Irish game of hurling. And from the pictures I'm seeing, it looks like a combination of lacrosse and rugby. That looks pretty big.
Oh, see, I was thinking something like the Irish get really drunk and then see how far they can puke. Curling. Yeah.
Hell yeah. That's a sport.
All right, Seamus is stepping up to the stand here. He's had about 16 beers. They've all been Guinnesses. Those sit heavy in your stomach. We'll see how far we can get. Here comes the dry heaving. There it is. There's the launch. An astounding 11 feet on that one. Oh, that might be a new record, Susan.
And Raven, I agree with you. When it comes to those to sports or like that, caber tossing is pretty ball. That shit's pretty boss.
It's so fun too. You sit this grim, chore to have this big heavy frickin' thing and lay it on your shoulder and risk, friction in your shoulder up. But when you lob the damn thing and it starts flying through the air, you're like, that was actually really cool. I could feel some physics there.
I always found that to be pretty impressive.
I love feeling physics.
Caber tossing is pretty hardcore. But okay, appreciate it, Aliman, for breaking that down for us.
No problem.
Alrighty, folks. I really got to run. It's been delightful. I'll see you about.
Thank you, Ember. You have a
See
great
you later,
day.
Ember.
You too. Toodles.
Krakatoon says, look up Hornison.
That sounds very inappropriate.
Centuries-old Swiss sport. Okay, so this is weird. There's paddles involved, and I have no idea. Okay, so what's the I have no idea. Let me see what this is. Hornison. Traditional 17th century Swiss team sport, often called farmers golf, featuring 2 teams of 16 to 20 players. It involves striking a hard rubber disc, or the hornis, with a long, flexible rod to hit at distances of 300 meters, while defenders attempt to intercept it with wooden paddles or shindles before it lands. Interesting.
Okay.
So it combines elements of golf and baseball. It's played on a 300-meter field with 18-player teams. The hornis, the disc, can reach speeds of up to 300 kilometers an hour and creates a buzzing sound, which is why hornis translates to hornet. The bat consists of a handle and a wooden cylinder called a trough. The attacking team scores points for distance, with goals being more significant. Defenders use large wooden shield-like paddles to knock the disc out of the air. It is a Swiss national sport. Alongside
sounds like
Uh-huh.
It sounds like cricket with golf, with a disc instead of a ball.
Yeah. It says, alongside Schwingen, which is wrestling, and Steintossen, which is stone throwing. And I know stone throwing has been around, forever. Say, who can throw the rock the farthest?
Wait, there's wrestling in it too?
No,
I missed the wrestling part.
No, I think that's just another. Wrestling is one of the Swedish national sports.
Gotcha.
Schwingen. It's a style of folk wrestling, more specifically the pre-Alpine parts of German-speaking Switzerland. Involves 2 athletes wearing specialized jute shorts, or Schwinghosen, wrestling in a sawdust ring, aiming to pin their opponent's shoulders to the ground.
I cannot take these people's language seriously. I'm sorry.
The Schwinghosen. Schwingen.
The sphincter ring.
Oh, yes, Braveheart. Do you want to see him crush me like a worm?
So you mentioned a combination of, what was it, lacrosse and rugby earlier?
Yeah. Somebody brought up
have you ever
hurling. Hurling is the name.
Hurling, that's right.
Yeah.
Have you ever actually watched lacrosse being played at a professional level?
No, not at a profession, not lacrosse, but rugby, yes. And my brother actually played rugby for his college before he graduated. So I've seen
That's a tough sport.
I've seen hardcore rugby matches, and my brother it just messes people up badly. My brother slipped 2 discs one time in one match, but never lacrosse. And I'm assuming it gets pretty intense.
Well, lacrosse is the only sport where you carry a weapon and you're allowed to use it as a weapon. right? The lacrosse stick. You are allowed to cross-check with it.
Ow.
Yeah. I played lacrosse from age 7 to age 11. It even at that age, when you're not supposed to be hitting and stuff, it was still rough as fuck.
Let's see. The
Some
objective
people
of
like hitting others.
the objective of hurling is players use an ashwood stick called a hurl or a hurley to hit a small ball called a sleatar between the opponent's goalposts, either over the crossbar for 1 point or under the crossbar into a net guarded by a goalkeeper for 3 points. The sleatar can be caught in the hand and carried for not more than 4 steps, otherwise you're traveling, struck in the air or struck on the ground with the hurley. It can be kicked or slapped with an open hand for short-range passing. A player who wants to carry the ball for more than 4 steps has to bounce or balance the sleatar on the end of the stick, and the ball can be handled only twice while in the player's possession. Provided that a player has at least 1 foot on the ground, he may make a shoulder-to-shoulder charge on an opponent who is in possession of the ball or is playing the ball, or when both players are moving in the direction of the ball. No protective padding is worn by players, though a protective helmet with a face guard has been mandatory since 2010. Probably because people were taking hurleys to the face.
Sticks to the head. Yeah, sticks
Yes.
to the head, yeah.
And I see a picture here. I see a picture here of someone taking a hurley to the face, and it looks very painful.
Now, is the hurley a one-handed or two-handed stick?
That's two-handed, like a lacrosse stick.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I feel like a lot of sports just originated as, how long can we beat the fuck out of each other before we're like, okay, I'm done.
It's so true. It's like the ancient Scottish sport of fuck you. It involves a lot of headbutting and kicking each other when they're on the ground.
Crazy. You probably went over this earlier, but what precipitated the switch to your own server?
There was some drama that went down between me and Taco over a Mega Bloodbath debate. And the reason I switched from politics over is because over on the politics server, Taco was an admin, and so he had predominant control over the stream. So occasionally, if I ran into any problems, I would have to go to him to fix them so that the stream would run correctly. And so, like, if there was like an issue with the settings or whatever like that, because it happens sometimes, and I was kind of like at his mercy, you know, because he had to be online, he had to be, you know, whatever. So I find myself messaging him like, hey, we need to get this fixed, yada, yada. And I was like, you know, since I've cut ties with Taco, I realized I was going to have to handle it myself. So I was always going to move the Stage of Reason back to over to the Bridge of the Divide Discord. I was always planning on doing it. I was kind of dragging my feet, and I think I just needed the impetus to do it. And what went down on Mega Bloodbath provided me the impetus to finally do it and be like, okay, yeah, this is the reason I was looking for. So.
Well, that's too bad that there's problems there, but okay.
Well, I mean, you know, drama is what drama is, and like it comes down to a difference in, like, you know, I guess a difference in opinion as to how we run channels, how I, you know, the conversations I want to be a part of, the things I want to platform, and what Taco wants to do. It's just, you know, it's different directions, and we just came to an impasse, you know.
Stop slandering him. You're slandering him. Why are you slandering Tacos?
Yeah, I was giving the deets earlier in the stream, and apparently Taco took umbrage with how I was conveying that and said that I was slandering him, because what happened, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I don't think I'm misconstruing this. What happened doesn't make him look good, because it looks very much like a setup. As the person who was there involved, it came off that way to me. It felt very much like an ambush. And it was the second time it's happened. So the first time I gave a pass. The second time, I'm not going to give a pass again.
What was the first time?
The first time was when I was on the stage and I had dropped a video. Specifically, I dropped a video critiquing, where's he at? And this was some time ago. it was a moral thing. It was Reformed Riley. Oh wait, no, not Reformed Riley. The guy was Sanctus Theology. Sanctus Theology. I responded to his video when he was basically saying atheism. He did a video called the evil moral consequences of atheism. That atheism is like, totally evil and shit like that. And so obviously it's a moral thing. And so I went on and I watched his video and I responded to it, did a response video to it, broke down exactly all the ways that he's wrong and blah, blah, blah. And that was pretty much it. He did not appreciate my response and was planning. He wanted to debate me, like have like a formal debate. And so I guess he was trying to set that up. And so whatever, I hadn't heard much about it. And then I was on the live stream with Taco, and then all of a sudden, Sanctus Theology and one of his friends, like two of them, were brought on the stage, and I was immediately thrown into a bloodbath with the two of them. And because it was 2-on-1, every time I was asked a question and then I went to answer it, the other guy would jump on top of me and interrupt.
You should have just messaged me on Discord. I would have hopped on. Yeah,
it was just it turned into an absolute shit show. And so it was just fucking chaos. Every time I tried to say something, they would interrupt me, they'd misconstrue what I was saying, or they'd misrepresent me, and it was just fucking chaos. There was no moderation. It was just out of control. And then he decided, then when they started bitching about me trying to, like, because I kept saying, because they kept interrupting me, things were just getting heated. They started bitching about me being heated, and then Taco was going to pull me off the stage so that they could talk. And I was like, what the fuck? So I'm here. I'm having conversations with other people. You drop them in, have them bloodbath me. It's 2-on-1. It turns into a shit show. And then when I bitch about it being a shit show, they complain. And then he wants to remove me from the stage because they're wanting it. And his reasoning was because, well, they're drawing people into the conversation. Like it was the clicks and views. They were the one that whatever. And so I was like, I'm just being used in this scenario. Because now that they're here and they've caused a ruckus, they're the same. And then they just want to get rid of me. I was like, this is fucking bullshit. And I expressed that to Taco, and whatever, I let it slide. It was like, cool, whatever. We can move on from this. We'll say it's a one-time thing. And then it happened again with Andrew Wilson. And that was pretty much it. So, that was the drama. The Sanctus Theology one was just fucking atrocious. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Ollie.
I was just going to say that doesn't sound fun at all. I wouldn't want to be in that position either.
I think Tacos does clout chase a little bit, and I'm not going to say that like it's wrong to do that. I mean, I think most content creators clout chase to some extent. We all want like our opinions to be heard by a lot of people, but maybe I think maybe there's an extent to which it is done in ways that ultimately harm the discussion. I was speaking a couple of months ago. This was probably a couple of weeks after the debate had happened. And this was the debate that Eric Peterson had with Chad Status, if you remember that, JL.
I do.
And I was speaking with somebody who shall remain unnamed, just so that they're not implicated in anything. And they asked me, why didn't Tacos like bring you in for that debate? That seems like something that would like to be more up your alley, rather than Peterson, who admits that like he's not a physicist. He doesn't really know all that much about physics, which is why he then recommended that Chad debate Blitz, and that happened. And then Chad just didn't want to talk about anything in physics, which is smart on his part because he would have had his little butthole stretched if he had done that.
Would have.
And I remember saying to the person, and I do like Tacos and I like going to his channel, but I said the reason why I wasn't pulled in for that debate, even though I would have been the kind of person that you want to debate Chad on something like that, is because I don't have like 55 or 60,000 subscribers like Eric Peterson does, which now obviously I'm not attacking Eric on that at all, but That's the reason why. He was a bigger channel. He's going to bring in more audience and bring in more people, despite the fact that I would probably be more equipped to have that discussion.
Right.
So, yeah, I think there is a little bit of clout chasing there. Again, I'm not going to say it's like wrong or bad, but sometimes I think that maybe it comes at the expense of meaningful discussions.
All right. So apparently Duck has an opinion on this. Duck, if you want to come up, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I think I know what Chungus is.
What's up, guys?
I think I know what Chungus means. I don't think I'm a Chungus, but it may mean something different to you.
Can we start with the niceties? It's so good to see you guys. Happy Sunday.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I appreciate you to popping over to my stream. I know I'm not on politics anymore, so I brought it over here, but I appreciate you coming by.
Yeah, I actually stopped in the politics Discord first. I was like scrolling through the rooms and it was like NASCAR, Das Juden, just kind of how politics is, but here we are.
I only use that server now to go watch the UFC events. That's it.
Heck yeah. So I just want to add like a counterpoint to this a little bit is that, I mean, okay, so you guys debate atheism very well. But like, Chad's status is like one of the more educated, maybe like theists on the internet. But at the same time, if he's not ready or he's willing to this point to bring like the philosophy of like physics or something like that. Same with like Andrew Wilson, he's going to rely on logics and that's only going to go so far. So, I just think it's like, I could see someone saying, well, you guys are just doing the bully arc, right? It's kind of, I felt that way a little bit. Like, why isn't this just the bully arc for like, internet debates?
I don't know what bully arc is supposed to mean.
I don't even know who Chad is, so I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry.
Okay, so when it comes down to it, in my take, this is my subjective take. If we're going to have a discussion on a topic, then we need to stay on the topic. Okay, when the conversation devolves into other shit, we've lost. There's no point in having the conversation anymore. And when it comes to me, this is just me personally. If we're talking about one thing, and that's the topic at hand, we need to. If we start getting off on shit, that's on different shit or irrelevant shit, or the other person is trying to deflect away or get away from the topic at hand.
You're not gonna solve this by just saying it's all different or irrelevant shit, Jo. Like if I'm so like, let's say I'm bringing an accusation that this is the bully arc. If it excites you that you get the chance to beat up on any of these people online, then what's the actual connection to like bridge the divide, or what's the actual connection to like what Taco's doing? I don't get that.
Okay, so going to the nature of my channel, okay, this has been brought up before that when I am confrontational, how does that bridge the divide? Okay, when I get confrontational, and it's a good question, and this is my answer for it. When I am doing my content, okay, my goal is not to bridge the divide with the person that I'm talking with. My goal is to provide the information that helps the audience bridge the divide between the two. Okay, so that they understand where the disparity is, they understand where one side fails, and they can get to the other side with that additional knowledge that they have. When someone makes one argument, and I respond to that, okay, it's not to try and convince the other person. Debate is never about trying to convince the other person on the other individual on the dais to convince them that they're wrong. The point is to give the audience the information they need to understand and get past the nonsense that the other person is bringing forward.
But I've been to Dr. Blitz's YouTube channel, and I'm gonna throw a small shot here. You know, you can go to Phys.org or you can go to Wikipedia. There's lots of other websites that people can go to. I'm not saying that you guys are not authoritative, especially on that topic. Leo's very good. No, but I'm just saying that, like, because you're a YouTuber, you also don't have, like, I don't think that there's just some like instant sort of, you know, like you know your stuff, but like it's still just like, it's, to me it still just sounds like, well, we can just debate and do the bully thing again.
But it's okay. So this is what comes down to, like, the personal thing. I understand implicitly that I have pet peeves that can result in things getting heated. Okay, I do. You'll notice when I have a conversation with somebody, and this went down on Mega Blood, this went down on Taco's channel, it's gone down on my channel. I can have conversations with people that are totally cool and calm and collected and solid. All right. I've had many examples of this. But if the other person asks me a question and then begins to interrupt, okay, when I'm halfway through it, when the other person shows that they are there in bad faith, when they are not interested in hearing an answer, they are only trying to either set up what they think is a gotcha, to farm a clip, or to rage bait, or to do, basically, they're not actively listening. They're not there for a conversation. That is when I try not to, but that is when I am more prone to losing my shit. Because when it comes down to it, it's not about the clicks and views. It's about an individual who is trying to stop the conversation. That is what that is about. An individual who comes in to disrupt, no matter what they do, their goal in mind is to stymie and stop the free exchange of information. And individuals like that, I view as being inherently dangerous because they don't want people to talk. That's the point.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, okay.
And they should never be given
I have nothing,
the benefit of the doubt ever. That's my, now this is my opinion. Some people will view it that you can be more charitable or whatever in that respect, but I give zero consideration to someone who wants to stop the flow of information. This is why Christianity is so dangerous, because it indoctrinates people with the idea that indoctrinates people with the idea that they can never be wrong. And so when someone comes on with these things and is literally just trying to shut everything down, that's a dangerous person. So they will get no kid gloves from me, but that's just my approach. That's how I deal with it. It's not meant to, you may view it as being bullying. I don't think that it is. I think it's meeting their rhetoric with my own. But if they want to engage in a cool, collected, back and forth conversation, which I've had many times, we can have a great conversation and come to an amicable terminus. But most of them don't, because they're fucking indoctrinated death cultists.
Yeah, and so I have a similar challenge, and I think you explained that nicely. I still sort of see it as the bully arc, and I do the same. I do it on my channel too. That's obviously not what anyone is talking about here right now. But one of the sort of like big points is like, okay, well, how can we find, how can we get back to common ground? How can we get back to common ground then, right? Like if you say things I don't like, like shouldn't you have like something that looks more like, it shouldn't look like a batting average, right? When people come here or go to tacos or whatever, wherever you are, you're watching MDD or something like that. It shouldn't look like a batting average where it's like, well, yeah, 7 out of 10 of these conversations divert themselves to like these like harsh aggressions. Like it's so bad.
Well, I mean, and I see where you're coming from. So I look at it from, I try not to miss sight of the forest for the trees on this. In the grand scope of things, right now in this nation, we are living in a scenario where individuals who do the shit that I have, is a great pet peeve for me, okay, are currently in power. We are seeing firsthand the results of not taking a stance and hitting back as hard as they hit. The biggest problem with this is going to seem like it's coming out of left field, but just bear with me. The biggest issue with new atheism, okay, was never about the arguments or what they were saying. The biggest issue was with how they were saying it. The problem is that people became so enamored with the details, with the small details. Oh, he sounds so smug. Oh, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. That people stopped listening to what they were actually saying. And the problem is because individuals like me, non-believers, are outnumbered so greatly in this nation that you throw it on the internet and all of a sudden the rhetoric of like, well, he's just an asshole, blah, 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 or whatever, or he's just, whatever. New atheism was just about pushing back against fundamental evangelism as hard as fundamental evangelism has pushed against us for decades, centuries even. They came hard with their rhetoric. You're going to hell. Blah, 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 blah. You suck. You're trash. Everything you do is sin. They came hard. When all of a sudden the new atheist stood up and said, we're going to go as hard against you as you have gone against us that we have endured for decades. We're going to meet your rhetoric with our own. All of a sudden, we're a bunch of fucking assholes. And nobody wants to hear it.
But do you go into, okay, you don't, because I've seen you on Taco's channel, JL, you don't go into a conversation and presume that the person you're going to talk to, it has an endpoint, right? They will tell you how far their argument goes, right? Because everyone isn't like Andrew Wilson. Everyone's not like Jim Bob, where they see Christianity as like the great tide, the great flood that just goes over everything. And it's just got to be that way. Or, they don't see a person being able to implement some sort of like stop point, right? Where it's like, okay, we had our fun, we had our laughs, and the end of the conversation's here. But there are normal people on the internet too. That's my point. There's normal people that exist in the world still.
I get that. And I've had conversations with them, conversations that go very, very well. I wish I could say that the conversations that went well and smooth outnumbered the ones where the other person was there solely in bad faith. I wish that were the case. I can't control that, and I wish I could have more. But when someone comes up in bad faith, I'm not going to kid gloves them, because kid gloving these people is the reason why I attribute it is predominantly the reason why this nation is in the situation that it is right now.
But for all your concerns, there are many, many court rulings on every level against Trump. There's a healthy civil society of atheist and civil rights organizations, just civil rights organizations in general that are acting out against, that are acting as a bulwark against like the Trump administration. There's material proof that there's not some runaway train in the United States regarding like Christian nationalism or like theocratic sort of governments and stuff like that. I don't know if that like would like helps anyone, but like not to you, but like that stuff is true as well.
Yeah, like I said, the way I approach. I'm not gonna go ahead, Leo. Did you have something?
No. I mean, I guess with respect to what Duck just said, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of people that are doing the real work to oppose the Trump administration, but the people that actually have like most of the power and capability to do something aren't. They're just writing strongly worded letters. Like the Democratic Party, there is so fucking much. Like last year around this time when the cloture bill was going through and Chuck Schumer was making an argument from, well, we can't let the government shut down. Well, then you're literally saying we can't like use the leverage that we would otherwise have to get concessions, because then we would get consent. Like it's just, it's mealy-mouthed bullshit. They're just an opposition party. They're not actually doing anything to meaningfully resist this in the ways that they could. Yes, there are people that are, but a lot of those people simply don't possess the power to actually affect meaningful change the way that the Democratic Party as a political apparatus and as a political institution in the United States does. And I think that that's the criticism that most people are going to levy, is that they're just not doing what they should
Right.
be.
So the one thing I would maybe sounds misplaced, but mischaracterizing the United States as some like a secular glory hole or something, or presuming that the United States, because there are a lot of devout Christians in our nation, a lot of devout monotheists in our nation, somehow can change its form. These are to me, those are both extremist positions that kill dialogue. And so like I don't give a shit. Like Chuck Schumer's fine and stuff like that, but like Chuck Schumer still has to win the vote, you know.
Well,
He's deeply unpopular right now. So
like
He's
what Leo said,
horribly
like what Leo
yeah.
said, the people who should be doing something, the people who have the power to do something, are not doing anything because for whatever reason. I'm not even going to try and speculate as to what their internal reasonings are. I don't care. You've got literally, this administration saying, like, going in public and saying publicly, if we prosecuted everyone in the Epstein files, the whole system would collapse. That is not a reason
there's like 2,000.
Yeah, that's not a
there.
reason to not do that. If the system needs to burn down, the system
Oh,
needs to burn.
Bullshit. I've heard this with the Occupy Wall Street protests. I heard this dozens of times after the 2008 financial crisis.
Are you saying bullshit to what they said?
In the 1990s in the tech bubble.
Hold up. Are you saying bullshit to what Carolyn Levitt said?
I'm saying if our hopes and dreams are now pinned on the Epstein files and go to Korea in the 1990s. We can look at financial boom bust cycles in Indonesia. You can go to the UK and just see the large sweeping reforms and Brexit. And it's like there's always one of these buzzwords, and turns out turns out nothing changes because of this stuff.
Well, hang on.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't have a good Justice Department, but it leaves me a little outside.
No, I'm saying that when the administration is coming out and saying that, they're saying that stability by any means, it's very Machiavellian. Okay, that the stability of the system is more important than the safety, protection, the happiness, the health, the safety, the protection, the security of the people is second place to the stability of the system. That is fucked up beyond measure. And the reason it's not happening is because the people who can do something, who know that they should do something, are choosing not to do it. Now, I'm a very small cog in a very, very large machine. I have my little.
Stop doing this, chat. Stop cup waving, asking for handouts for this shit.
I don't.
Huh?
Not you
Where
guys.
did that come from?
I have no idea. But when it comes to, but I will do my part, and my part is that I will not partake in this. I don't want to like upset the status quo by keeping my mouth shut. It's never going to happen. And if I get into if I get into more hot scraps because some asshole comes on because he wants to shut down the conversation because he's so terrified that his God might not exist, that's his problem, that's their problem, not mine. And so if someone wants to step in the ring, if they don't want to, if I'm too aggressive or if my personality is too strong, they don't have to step in the ring with me. They can step in the ring with Planet Peterson. They can step in the ring with Leo Filius. They can step in the ring with somebody else, with Kurt. We all have our different styles, and I recognize that there are weaknesses, that there are pros and cons to everybody's style. Okay.
Yeah. Well, but you and I have been. We haven't directly talked about this stuff, but I think you and I just have a slight style difference in debating atheism, in terms that I do kind of I don't know if I can say this on your channel. I do the pussy stuff, right? And so like I think I appreciate that you box people. But it's like, I'm just going to go hide in my room if we can't talk about philosophy and theology if you wanted to debate this stuff,
Like I said,
Well, I mean, I don't think JL comes out swinging when he has discussions. I think, like myself and even a lot of other people, like Danny and many others, that he adjusts the what's the word I'm looking for?
the tempo or the
Yeah, like the level of heat in the discussion is going to be informed by how the other person approaches. So if somebody comes on to like Stage of Reason or something and they're respectful, they let JL, you know, explain what he's saying, respond, answer questions, the discussion is going to go just fine. But if somebody comes in and they're over talking and they're dodging questions and they're making it clear that they're not really interested in having an honest discussion, then you shouldn't treat them like they're a person trying to have an honest discussion.
right.
If I have to hold your hand and drag you through a mature discussion, showing you all the steps along the way, then that's how I'm going to do that. If you approach me off the bat like you are a mature adult who can engage in civil discussion and can engage in disagreement with somebody respectfully, then I would treat you like you are an intelligent and well-kept individual when it comes to those discussions. But if you want to act like a child, then I will treat you like a child.
That's a fair approach, I think. Like, I think you and I agree about that most often. And it used to be the case that it's like, well, okay, you know, even if we're going to be disrespectful to each other, maybe we limit our conversation to, once again, Thomas Aquinas. Once again, we have the discussion about who the historical Jesus might have actually been. And that seems to have gotten lost in the age of Rumble and Kick, and, you know, TikTok debates kind of want to push you to the edge of what is acceptable on TikTok. And it's like, okay, like, I appreciate all that stuff, but like, come on, guys. Like, I don't know. I just wanted to vent. I saw you guys in real live and I wanted to vent.
That's fine. I take it kind of like from, like, I imagine what it would be like back in the days of the ancient symposium. Okay. There were rules for conduct in the symposium. And if someone engages in a behavior that if we were in the ancient symposium and someone engaged in a type of behavior that would get them literally physically removed from the symposium, that's where I draw the line. Okay, that's what I like that. It's like if we were a bunch of, like, you know, old Greek guys sitting around in our togas, you know, passing around the stick, you know, stepping down into the center to address everybody, and then moving back and forth. If someone got down there and engaged in behavior that all of a sudden, like, they call the security in to pick them up and physically remove them from the symposium, that's where I draw it. And I'd be like, this shit has no place here whatsoever. There's a reason we cannot deny that even in the time of ancient Greece, when these things were held, there was a decorum, that things were kept on topic, and that when people diverged from that, like, say again, Leo.
I was going to say, I thought you might have been looking for the word deviate.
Deviate, thank you. When people deviate from that, they are removed because they have no place. Because the only reason they're doing it is to disrupt and destabilize for their own agenda. When we're trying to work together to come to a thing, to come to a consensus, or to find some sort of logical terminus. And that, you know, we can't brook that shit. Us brooking that, allowing that, the internet, this is why the internet is such a double-edged sword. Us allowing that is the reason we're in the situation that we're in right now, is because we refuse to do something about it. And now, but I never will. I never have, and I won't lie. I do get a kick out of, I mean, I kind of thrive off controversy. I do. I thrive off of it. I enjoy it. I'm pretty good at it. And I'm not afraid of it. So I'll go after it.
You just got to say that, JL. You just got to say, and I get a kick out of you.
Yes. Okay. I mean, I'm not, I mean, that's just me. If people don't like it, that's fine. If people like it, that's cool. I want to have better conversations. I want to have strong ones. I'm recalling one that I had, which was an impromptu bloodbath over on Taco's channel with this one dude, and we had a fantastic conversation over about 20 minutes. We came to a great point. We said, okay, we're in agreement. We've come to the logical conclusion. Fantastic. We made jokes. We laughed together, and then he had to go. You know, I gave him some questions. I gave him some positions. He's like, oh, I'm really going to think about this stuff. That's great. Thank you so much for the information. And then that was it. But guess what? Nobody fucking remembers that. or I guess a few people do.
That's partially because like if you find people on tacos or other channels, there's a 30% chance or a 70% chance that the people you're going to talk to are typically dipshits, right? Most of the time, the argument they want to present is a dipshit argument.
Right. And I have no
Chad
problem.
status.
Yeah, I have no problem with that so long as I have no problem with that so long as some modicum of control by the person handling the channel is exhibited. But when someone is creating it literally fills the dumpster just to set fire to it and then dance around it like a fucking hooligan because it's making them money, that's not something I'm interested in being a part of or validating, because that doesn't get us anywhere. We light the dumpster on fire, we dance around it like a bunch of idiots, and then once the fire is out, nobody is anywhere different from where they started. It's kind of like Apollo 13, when everybody starts fighting, and Jim Lovell's like, shut up. We're not going to go bouncing off the walls, freaking out, just to wind up right back where we started. You know, we're going to stop, we're going to think, and we're going to make our way through this. Okay, because bouncing off the walls and acting like a moron because we're so emotional is not going to get us anywhere. That's the issue, is people are more interested in doing that shit.
You're going to burn the books,
posturing.
though, JL?
There's a lot of posturing.
Is that where that one goes? You're going to, what are you going to do? Are you going to put every William Lane Craig, journal article or PDF behind a paywall? Like, what's the, I don't think anyone actually wants to ban Christianity. They just want to have, like, smarter conversations.
I'm like Kelsis. Okay, I want to point out, like with fucking, I want to point out with prejudice that these people, more often than not, are not interested in having a discussion about their justifications or their beliefs. That is not what they want. Like Kelsis said, they are they are obsessed with going after the ignorant and the desperate, and they refuse to debate wise men. He saw
I hate to be super rude.
I'm being at the start, so
I'm going to be super rude to you. I got to bounce out right now.
No, it's cool.
So thank you so much for having me up. It's always really cool to see you guys. I wish I got to see you guys every day at tacos, but I love seeing you guys on Sundays. So it's good to see you, and I'll talk to you guys all later.
Cool. Yeah.
Anytime,
so it bums me out if people view it as bullying. I can see how people can interpret my approach as bullying. I don't think I'm a bully. I try not to, come in there swinging a stick like, ha, I'm right, you're wrong. I try to hear their position and argue against it. But like Leo pointed out, when a person acts like a douche and they're coming in, they just want to stop the conversation. You got to ask why. The person comes in, they want to destabilize, derail, and shut down the conversation or stymie it as best they can. Then you ask the question, why do they want to do this? What is the motivation of shutting down the conversation? What's the point? What's the purpose? What is their goal? Is their goal to troll, shits and giggles? Is it masturbatory? Or they're like, haha, look at me, screw everything up for them. Or does it come down to they don't want the conversation? Ultimately, they don't want the conversation to happen. And I was taught from a young age, my mother impressed it upon both my brother and I. If someone's wanting to shut down the conversation, if someone wants to stop the conversation, someone says, don't ask questions, don't dig deeper, don't look at this in a certain way, blah, 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 all this shit, then that is a person to be avoided, because that person wants you to stop thinking. And that's a dangerous person who has nothing on their mind except controlling what you and other people do. They want to dictate how you must think, how you must behave, how you must do whatever in their own paradigm, because everyone else is wrong and they're right. That's not a good person to be around or to affiliate with. Shut them down in like a response video? Sure, but not a person that deserves a place on the dais.
Dude, be shady.
There's also a lot of people, I think, just posture.
Agree.
They come on and talk about stuff that, it's clear they don't have a strong understanding of, but they're more interested in, convincing everybody of how brilliant they are. And that's like the thing I think with the big thing with somebody like Chad Status is that like he just wants to come in and talk about stuff he doesn't understand and use words that he read somewhere that he doesn't know what they mean, so that people think that he's brilliant. Like when he used the term gauge boson, and then I asked him why are they called gauge bosons, and he couldn't answer the fucking question. Like, yeah, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just saying stuff you read or heard somewhere to sound like you've got some knowledge that you don't have.
Right.
And it gets really annoying, particularly for people like me, because I'm not an expert physicist. I'm not a professional, something that I've never hesitated to say. But having studied this for well over a decade, and not having the kind of access to literature and to experts that somebody, hell, even in an undergraduate program would have, there's a lot of hard work and dedication that goes into trying to understand these things. And when you're met with somebody who's clearly just posturing as if they understand, it's offensive to the people that have actually put in the time and put in the work to try to understand something, to then have some dumb fuck come in and posture like they understand a thing they clearly don't.
Right.
And that's why it bothers me so much.
I'm grateful that I have people like Clive Wells, like Dr. Wells and PhD Tony, that these individuals who will call me out if I say something wrong or if I don't convey something as succinctly or as comprehensively as I could have, and they are always there. I would not be where I am if it wasn't for the individuals there that I relied upon to keep me honest. Okay. And that's important, especially in subjects that I am not an expert in. I am not an expert in physics. Okay. I'm pretty good in biology. I'm pretty solid in biology and my understanding of evolutionary biology and a number of other things. So, but I need those. Those are resources. Those are resources to people to help keep us honest and keep us on point so that we can talk about these things coherently. Yes, Clive, I appreciate you when you hold my feet to the fire and you keep me honest. That's an important thing. And I hope you keep doing it, because I need that. I think, and people who are unable to accept that or even take advantage of it is just crazy to me, but that's, like I said, it's just me. The posturing is gross. I think my mentality comes down to it. It's like individuals that all of this that whether they're posturing or it's masturbatory or it's like whatever's going on, ultimately it comes down to people who don't want the conversation to happen. And that is deeply problematic to me. It's like, why would you not want the conversation to happen? What don't you want being said? What view do you not want to hear expressed? Why would you want to shut that down? And that is really, really bad, because doing that now, and it's different from simply not wanting to engage in that, like that they can keep having their talks. There's some conversations, some people that I simply won't platform, but I don't want them canceled. The conversations need to be had. It's not going to be me that has them. So to each their own on that. But that those people like piss me off to no fucking end, to zero end, which is why I laud you, Leo, for your capacity to deal with that shit. Especially when I saw the debate you had with Jim Bob. Because one thing I noticed is that you were asked pretty much all the questions, and Jim Bob put himself in a position where he didn't have to defend anything. And you did all the defending. It just became an interrogation. That's all it was. Him and he even expressed that. He wanted to do that with Forrest and Erica. It's not a debate. He doesn't want to defend his position. He wants to interrogate theirs. Okay? Which goes to show me that, okay, so by doing that, he's just wanting them to say things that he could potentially clip, to use against them in a dishonest fashion, like he did with Professor Dave. Did the whole long conversation with Professor Dave where he got fucking cooked, and then clipped at the very, very end by misconstruing what Dave said, when there is no inherent metaphysical purpose to brains. Brains have functions. and we use our brains to think and reason and do other stuff. But there's no like overarching inherent purpose. Dave made that very clear. And then Jim Bob went on to be like, "Oh, look what I got Dave to say. Brains have no purpose. Oh, he has a purposeless brain. Oh, I don't have to take anything he says seriously." That's all he did.
I hate people that do that, honestly.
that's all he
just
can
so
do.
dishonest.
Right. It's fucking bullshit. Which is why,
Hey.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I met Forrest and Erica last summer at BajaCon, and they're such great people. So
I hopefully will get a chance to meet them in March because I'm going to their event in Tulsa when it's going to be Seth Andrews, Erica, and Forrest doing a panel down in Tulsa, and I got my tickets for that.
What are they talking about?
Huh?
Seth was at BajaCon too.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead, Leo.
What's this whole panel thing about that they're doing? Like, what are they going to be talking about?
Yeah. 1 second. Two seconds. And I see Andrew. I'm going to go ahead and bring you up while I look this up real quick so I can get the details for people who might be interested.
Howdy.
Hey, Andrew. Go ahead and vamp. I'm looking something up really quick. I think I have to go to my other email. Yeah, I have to go to my personal email.
Yeah, I've got to actually head out in a minute. It's kind of enjoying just letting the stage run here for the range of topics that you guys went through. So didn't see the need to come up right away, but I got to head off just momentarily. So quick note with regards to the Jay Dyer Jim Bob deal.
Yeah.
There's one thing that actually got completely overlooked in that entire exchange is the fact of how preloaded particular phrasing they kept going for was the idea of the evolution of a particular, what we consider, an appendage today. We know the one in question. As beginning. When did this begin? This is as nonsensical as saying first human.
Yep.
And it was never addressed. They let it slide. Like, since every mutation, every change to the genome isn't the beginning of something that you point to later. It's just a change. So you don't get to call any particular mutation a first in that sense, because you're just stealing credit from everything else before it. Well, what about the thing that led to that thing mutating to become that thing? So, you chase the line down. His entire conversation was first, begin. This is what needs to get shot down hard. Any feedback?
Yeah. Feel free, guys. I'm looking something up real quick.
Yep. Leo?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Just checking here.
I'll be honest with you. I'm just getting back to my desk. I'm in the middle of a snowstorm here, or at least it's been snowing all morning, and the plows are just starting to go by. So I'm gonna have to drop out of channel, guys. I'm sorry. I got to go shovel my car out and get out there.
Cool. Appreciate you coming up, Ollyman.
All right, cheers, guys.
The event is Seth Andrews, Forrest Valkine, Erica Gutzik given live. It's going to be at the OU Perkins Auditorium, March 7th. Doors at 1:00. Yep. So it's pretty much just going to be the three of them. So if you were interested, Leo.
I'm sorry, I was reading something on Twitter. What was that again?
It is I pulled it up on Eventbrite. And close that. And Where the hell did it go? Oh, there it is. So I pulled it up on Eventbrite. It's Seth, Forrest, and Erica, and they're doing a panel. I don't know. There's no specific subject that's listed. But it's just the three of them, and it's going to be in Tulsa, which is not that far from me. So I'm going to get the opportunity to go and see that. So I'm excited about that.
I really want to say something, but I'm going to get completely misunderstood by a lot of people as saying something that I'm not saying. Seth Andrews is a great guy. I mean, I don't think that like he's like a bad person or stupid or anything like that, but him, I think, along with a few other names that I probably won't mention, I think are a little bit overhyped. Like, I guess I don't have, and I'm not necessarily accusing you of this jail or anything like that, but I don't have the same sort of like fanboy, fangirl view of some of these people like some others do. Like there isn't really anybody in the sort of the atheist YouTube community that I would say like I look up to. I think they're all great people, all good people. They have a lot of interesting things to say, even if it's about stuff that like Justin DZ. I don't give a shit about Bible stuff. He does, and I'm glad that he does because we need people who do give a shit about that and who know what they're talking about when it comes to that stuff to counter what these theists are saying. It's just not something I'm interested in talking about. But it's hard for me to say like, yeah, these people, it's not like that they don't impress me, but it's just like, yeah, I don't think that these are individuals who are above and beyond what everybody else is. Because then everybody thinks that I'm saying that they're dumb and stupid and they're unimportant. It's like, I'm not saying anything like that. It's just, I think that there is a lot more rigor that could be involved in the atheist YouTube community that is not. I have a lot of opinions about that lack of rigor and why there is such a lack of rigor. And I don't like to talk about it because, again, I just get accused of saying things I'm not trying to say. Also, I don't go to a lot of these atheist conferences because most of them are far away from where I live, and I just don't have the money to travel there. Like if they ever had one in like say Minneapolis or something that's a lot closer within driving distance, I would absolutely go. But they're all like in Oklahoma or Indiana or Michigan or fucking Texas or something like that, and I don't have the ability to travel those places. It kind of sucks.
Yeah, it's a bummer. I was asked if I would. I would like to one day attend BajaCon. I think that would be fun. Because I hear it's pretty chill.
Where is that one at?
It's up in Canada.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Because this year's is going to be pretty big. It's in August, and this year's going to be a pretty big one. But I'd like to attend that someday. I think that would be a lot of fun. Eventually I'm just hoping one day that I'll get invites. I don't want to be that guy that imposes himself upon people, assuming that I have a place at the table. And so whenever I get an invite, I'm just like a giddy schoolboy. I'm like, yay, somebody wants to put me on a show or put me on a panel somewhere. I think it's just beyond cool, but I'm never going to assume. I just don't want to be that guy that assumes like I should be up there talking. It's like, no, probably not. If they were interested or they wanted you, they'd ask. So
yeah, exactly. There are at some of these conferences, and then like on some of the talk shows that the atheists do and the call-in shows, I feel like there are people they could invite on, particularly for some of the topics they choose that would be phenomenal, and they just don't pick them because those people aren't like on the in with respect to the YouTube atheist community. And I think it's kind of sad. Like Danny from Phil Talk, I think would be great on the line. But I doubt he'll ever get an invite. And I've got my reasons for why I speculate why somebody like him would probably not really get an invite on that show. And who knows, maybe sometime in the future that they might invite him on. But I've never really considered myself a part of the YouTube atheist community, and it's not because I don't want to be a part of it or something, but I just, and again, some of these things are hard to say because I don't want to feel like I'm saying that I'm important and people should focus on me and listen to what I have to say, but there are, collaborations that I've seen on certain topics, call-in shows done on certain topics, panels that have been hosted on certain topics, and I'm looking at the people that are being selected to talk about this stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, that's not somebody I would consult if I wanted information. Like Skeptic Haven recently did or one of the producers for Skeptic Haven recently did like sort of a collaboration video on the Kalam cosmological argument.
Mm-hmm.
And I was looking at like some of the people that they had talking about it. And again, this isn't saying anything bad about those people, but Phil Hopper, Skydive Phil was not a part of that. James Fodor, who's done a lot of stuff on the Kalam, was not a part of that. Dan Linford, who's a PhD philosopher of physics, was not a part of that. Was Joe Schmidt on there? I can't remember. He might have been. But I was just like, you've got a couple of people here that I think are really good to talk about this, but then like Matt Dillahunty was on it, and Matt Dillahunty is great. Like Matt Dillahunty is an awesome person, but he's not somebody that I would like consult when it comes to like a strict breakdown of some of these philosophical arguments for the existence of God. There's so many people out there that are so much better at doing those kinds of things, like Friction, Danny, Dan Linford, Phil Hopper, James Fodor, Nathan Ormond, Joe Schmid, that just know that stuff better. And they're rarely, if ever, reached out to on those things. And it's like, I feel like sometimes the atheist community here on YouTube is just one giant circle jerk. And we invite people on because they're the big name atheists, even if their opinions on whatever the topic is might be interesting, but probably aren't going to be the most informative. And it's really hard to levy some of these criticisms because people just so greatly misinterpret what's being said as an attack on these people and their character, rather than saying, hey, maybe we could find better people, like people that like are just clearly better at talking about some of these topics than some others. If you're going to do a panel on intelligent design and evolution, I would want to see people like Forrest, like Erica, like R and Ra. I would want to see people like that on there. I wouldn't want to be a part of that panel because I don't do a lot of stuff with the biology. It's not my wheelhouse.
Take it easy, Andrew.
So when it comes to like something like the Kalam or ontological arguments or, fine-tuning arguments, they're all great people, but I'm not, and again, I really hope this isn't, and it's my autism because I'm just direct when I speak, but Matt Dillahunty or Godless Engineer isn't who I'm going to go to about that. I'm going to go to somebody like Joe Schmid, to somebody like Dan Linford, or like Friction Philosophy, or Danny, who knows the philosophy, who's been engaged with it across multiple platforms for close to a decade. Those are the people I think that have a better analysis to provide on these things. And I think that the atheist community is sort of shooting itself in the foot. And I'm not saying that these people are purposefully being excluded or anything, but I think they shoot themselves in the foot. They do themselves a disservice when they're not willing to invite a lot of these more philosophically minded people to talk about these things. And I think that there's a reason. I have my speculations as to why they don't like or don't seem to invite a lot of the more philosophically minded atheists here on YouTube to talk about some of these things on their panels and their shows.
I think Jessica brings up a good point, is that the online atheist community should not be brand managed.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. And Tuna Bomber, welcome Tuna Bomber. Says greetings from Alaska. Thank you so much. All the way from up there in Alaska. I love that territory. Beautiful country. So thank you for popping in. And rest in peace, Jeffrey Meldrum. His Sasquatch debate with Erica was so good. I'm not familiar with Jeffrey Meldrum. There's a lot of Erica's content that I haven't watched, so that may have been something in a while ago. But always a bummer to hear when a voice leaves us. So, but yeah, I wish we're getting up to the close point. I wish I had a feeling it was going to be pretty dry. This particular stage of Raisin, and it's possible I may end up doing this more often now that I'm in control of the stage. I could do this. I could do this more Sundays and do that. YouTube Studio keeps telling me I need to do more live streams. So I probably should do that just to get my live streams going, so people will come in. And I have some excellent advice as to how to do that, as to how to try and draw people in. So I may bite the bullet and put out the StreamYard link to bring people in. I'd rather people come in via Discord because I can control it more easily that way.
A good tip for StreamYard is when people come in and they're sort of in that backstage area where only you can see them, just be like, look, I'll bring you on the stage nobody else can see you, but if you turn your camera on, I just want to make sure that you're not going to try to like porn bomb or anything like that. If you just turn your camera on quick, something like this, turn your camera on quick, give me a quick wave, hello, something like that, so that I can see that you're an actual person that wants to come up and talk, I'll let you on the stage. And that, because I know a lot of people that have done that, and it works out pretty well. And then anybody that like has a name with certain implications or profile pictures, I think you kind of know how to filter out. Like you can look at somebody and be like, yeah, this person's not serious. And then, remove them from the stage or whatever, or the backstage. But I think StreamYard would be a really, really good one, because then people can see, like if they see that you're live on YouTube, but maybe they're not on Discord or something,
right? They
will be able to still join from the YouTube live.
So it may come down to it. I may be able to just cut out the Discord part of it entirely and just run everything from StreamYard. And that way people don't have to download Discord. Given the biometric scraping stuff that's going on with Discord, people may want to get off Discord. I could just move everything to StreamYard. When I have a guest, like if you want to be a guest for the day for the stage, you'll be in the StreamYard with me, and we can just go straight from here. That way, it's all localized in one place. We don't have to worry about any potential audio issues, any potential Discord hiccups. That everything's just running from StreamYard. So that may be something that I explore, and just take the whole Discord thing out of it. People want to join the Discord, they can do it later, but we technically don't really need it to have a stage of Raisin.
Yeah. Really quick, I wanted to answer a question from Krakatoon. Yeah, I have been on Shadow Bamate Talks quite frequently. I haven't been on as much as I'd like to, because a lot of his after shows for like the MDDs and everything are later at night on the weekdays when I have to work. So I'm usually in bed at around 10 o'clock or 10:30. So when that's about the time that he's starting, I don't really have time to join.
Oh, and good to see you.
And then I didn't join last night. I didn't join last night because I'm over the flat earth debate stuff. I just don't fucking care anymore.
Oh. Tuna Bomber, it's kind of a Smokey the Bear shirt. It's only you can prevent fascism. So, and it's the bear, and he says resist.
I need to get that shirt.
He says resist on his hat. So it's only you can prevent fascism. So that may be I think that may be where we go. I may not use the Discord for it and just go straight through StreamYard, and it may just streamline things a little bit, and it may pop off a little bit better. So I'll just have to wind up pinning the I guess I have to find a way to pin the link in the live chat, which I'm assuming I have to go over to YouTube.
I think when you see a comment, you can just click the 3 bars, and it should have a like pin to top or something like that, or pin comment there or something like that.
I do this, guest can stream this branded welcome. So copy. If I do this. And then, so if I were to, this is a test because we're probably going to be closing it down here pretty soon. If I do that, and then if I go here, no, I can't do it from here. I can't do it from StreamYard. But if I
you should be able to do it from your YouTube.
If I go over to Studio and No, not studio. If I go to the actual live chat on my channel, so I have to go to my channel and then live and my channel. Probably have to mute myself there. And then as soon as that comes up, I think I can pin it, which is something I could probably do when I'm doing the intro. So I won't have to do it in the midstream. So this is just, I'm experimenting here. So bear with me as I'm figuring this out so that I can be a better streamer in the future. As soon as the fucking live chat loads.
I'm going to go ahead and jump off. I got to use the bathroom. So
okay. I appreciate it, Leo.
And I figure you'll be wrapped up by the time I get back. So
oh, you got one of those primordial juices you got to drop?
Oh yeah, for sure. One of them protein boots, from all the protein powder I consume.
All that way.
But it was good talking to you as always. I would like to see you do this every Sunday, but obviously you have to do it in a way that's consistent with the schedule that you have. But I think that would be a really, really cool thing every Sunday. Just do a nice Sunday show.
Yes, I would definitely do more Sunday shows.
Alrighty, I'm out of here.
Take it easy, bud.
See you later.
Okay, so yes, I've pinned it to the top. I pinned it to the top of the live chat. You guys can see it there, and it's right there. Okay, I see that I can do that. So that's something that I can do when I'm doing the intro. When the intro video is playing, I can just pin it to the top, and people can join that way. And let me see here. I can do that. I can remove that, and then people will pop in as necessary. Gotcha. Oops. I fucked up. There we go. All right, cool. All right. So Genetsua, thank you so much for hanging out in the Discord. We may, like I said, I think if I'm going to do this more often, I think to streamline it, we may take the Discord option out of it. That way it can just be here. It doesn't have to be like on a stage. I can still do the Stage of Reason via StreamYard, and I can just put the link up. That way people don't have to download Discord if they don't want to. They don't have to be involved in that. They can just simply come here and handle this and be a part of it this way. And I can just put the link up so that people can access it, and that'll make it a lot easier. So the Discord's not necessary. I think that's the smart way to go about it. All right. So I think that's it. Thank you, Janet, for hanging out. I'm going to go ahead. I think this is a good place. I'm going to go ahead and close down the Discord. So I appreciate you hanging out there. And I think we're good there. We're going to end that because I'm all by myself. And we can end that and go back to this. Fantastic. All right, cool. Oh, and it looks like I have some Discord messages. All right. So, but yeah, I appreciate everybody hanging out. I know this was kind of this was just us kind of like yapping, but it was a good opportunity to figure out what we're going to do going forward, to try and make this a little bit more of a streamlined experience, probably do it more often. Like I said, if anybody is interested, if I put that link up there, you're welcome to join. We can do a quick check and then, going from there. I see J Money has entered it, and I know J Money personally, so I could bring him up and we could talk. We can discourse on this stuff. As a matter of fact, before I do, let me just go ahead and check this out. Jay,
yo, what's up, JL?
What you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. You doing all right?
Yeah, everything good, JL. My bad. Let me mute this YouTube. How you doing, man? Been a while. How you been?
I'm good.
That's what's up. That's what we're talking about. Great to see you doing your thing.
Oh, thank you. I've moved the Stage of Reason from the Politics Discord to my own, but I think going forward, we're just going to do StreamYard and just handle it this way. I'll put the link up, and then people can come on, and if believers want to talk about what they believe and why, they can click the link, they can join. I can screen them beforehand, and then we can bring them up and have conversations. I think that will be the best way to go about it, and that way people don't have to deal with Discord if they don't want to. So
facts, man, definitely. I just wanted to be the first test, you know what I'm saying, so you can see how it is. That's what it is. Now you know how to rock it. Boom. And my suggestion to you, man, I would try to work with all the platforms. I put it in the comments already, and just run with whatever one pops off best, right? You got Twitter, you got Rumble, you got TikTok, Instagram, all of that. Twitter Spaces is pretty good out here. Clubhouse is pretty good.
Okay, so So I have worked with those platforms before. Clubhouse,
Mm.
I left because it's too prone to echo chambers and it's just too
Yeah.
chaotic. So I kind of got off of that. Twitter definitely is a no for me just because of all the CP and
Oh,
yeah, that
oh,
like that. Twitter is
oh.
just like a no zone. It was just horrible. It's just a toxic wasteland. So I was like, no, I'm on Blue Sky.
Nice.
Just because it's a bit more even keeled over there. I don't know what's going to happen with Blue Sky. I don't know if I'm always going to be on it, but I link my content there, so I am there. And TikTok, obviously, with the American acquisition and what's going on with people getting shadow banned and all that chaos, I just
Yeah.
don't need that kind of headache in my life. So I think
Yeah.
with YouTube is going to be just fine going forward.
Nice.
So yeah.
Nice. That, and I hear Rumble's pretty good too. I don't know if you know much about that, but that one right there, you could look into that too. I hear they pay like regularly, like they'll give you like a weekly check. I've heard something like some people say, but that's food for thought. You know what I'm saying? I'm just glad you back, man. Just glad to catch you up here, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to go watch Iron Lung with the family. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, good.
That
Have
movie
fun.
from the
Yeah.
YouTuber. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty good, man. I just came up to say what's up, man. I couldn't pass up the chance to talk to the man, the myth, the legend. You already. That's a fact. You heard? Yo,
The
stay
final
blessed.
boss of atheism.
Stay up. Stay good. You know what I'm saying? That's that force of habit. My bad. I always say stay blessed. Stay up. You know what I'm saying? Stay good, and I hope to see you soon, man. Peace to everybody in the chat. You already. Take care, man.
Cool. Appreciate it, Jay. You be good out there, all right?
Bye. You too, man. Peace.
Peace. Good dude. I like J Money. J Money's a good guy. So yeah, that's how it's going to work. I think that's how it's going to work. I think this was a successful test. And I think that you guys in the live chat, I think that you may dig this a little bit more, and maybe we can actually get some conversations with believers and stuff. And we'll see what happens. I'll have to be a little bit more Johnny on the spot as far as like moderating goes. I think I can do that, and we'll see how we'll play it by ear. Fuck it, we'll do it live. We'll do it live. That's how we'll do it. But I think it should be fun. Earl, I don't know if you're still in the live chat. I just saw your message. I got some messages via YouTube or via Discord, and that's hilarious. Whoo! Damn. Crash out. I'm glad you saved that. Thank you for sending that to me. Thank you for sending me that pic. I appreciate that. That's hilarious. That's a good question. How do I feel about Destiny and maybe working with a political think tank as a debater and as an activist? So, okay, I have mixed feelings on Destiny. I think Destiny is solid as far as, his rhetoric and what he presents, and we are politically, and we are aligned. I am aligned with him in a lot of different ways, but there are also some things about Destiny that I have some really, that I think elicit some really strong, some questions, some behaviors on the back end. Now, the problem is I don't know if people are trying to set him up or people are revealing about him, but so I kind of have mixed feelings on Destiny as far as, I'll listen to his stuff and I however he engages with it. I kind of see him as kind of like the side that I'm aligned with engaging in the Rageonomics. So there's kind of that. I don't know. I'm still kind of on the fence about that. Vosh, I think, is entertaining as hell. I think it's funny that he has the following that he does, yet he will actively, aggressively attack his live stream as often as he'll attack other things. There's some things I think he points out that are pretty solid. Some things that, I think he's kind of wishy-washy on, but that's just, that's neither here nor there. I just find him entertaining to listen to. And, when I'm doing stuff, like if I'm on the treadmill, if I'm in the gym, I'll listen to Vosh's latest thing. There's that. And working with a political think tank. I don't know. I haven't given a lot of thought to like that kind of stuff. Activism, yes, I'm involved in activism on a local level here in my city where I'm at, because the city that I live in, or really, I don't know if it is a city. The city I live in has a lot of problems. And I think that if I was comfortable enough, I think I could be a force for positive change. But getting political is such a different animal, and I have no background in politics other than my understanding of how politics works. I fear it would be kind of like my opinion, like I kind of concerned about seeing how the sausage is made, and like what my response would be when I see if I see like blatant corruption and shit like that. Like, what do you do? You know, and like, there's a certain way to attack it and not to attack it, and I don't know what it's a new arena that I don't know if I'm prepared for getting involved with. I think that and some people have told me that your reservations about these things mean that you are the person that should be doing this. You know, that you have these concerns and you should get involved because you have them. And your reservations and your concerns about these things means that you're more aware of this stuff. And so you should. I don't know. So, you know, yeah, it's like Krakatube says, getting political needs a special kind of front end power. And I don't know if I have that, you know, or I don't know if I can generate that. I don't know if I know enough, you know, to be that kind of to be that kind of force. You know, in that respect, but I have given it thought. So maybe one day we'll see where the river takes us. You know, I am as much at mercy of the river. I'm kind of at the mercy of the river because there's so very little I can control in how this goes down. I think that I will seize upon the opportunities that will present themselves as they present themselves and do my best to not miss them, to recognize the opportunities for what they are. And I will seize on every one that I recognize and do my best with every one of those. You know, I think that even when they challenge me or they scare me, I think I'll do that. Like if all of a sudden in my particular ward, if the person in charge of my ward suddenly like bowed out or like, you know, resigned or whatever, and maybe that's an opportunity to throw my name in the hat, possibly. I don't know. So I think I can do that. I can if an opportunity arises to try and seize it, you know, and do that. So I think that should be my focus. Let me see. Like we're in end time. We're not in end times prophecy. It's silly. People have been saying that shit for centuries. You know, all these are end times. You know, it's all mythology. It's whatever. Fear mongering as best as I can tell. So, do it the way Parliament does and argue back and forth till one side yells uncle. Good point. Yeah, that's one way to go about it. You know. All right, Jessica's shift is starting. She's got to bounce. Well, good to see you, Jessica. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it, and I think this is a good point. It's literally like 2:00. So I appreciate everybody hanging out. I think we have a solid plan going forward as far as the Stage of Reason goes. And I think with your guys' support, with all of your support, I think I could turn this into something pretty solid and we can have some decent conversations. So I appreciate everybody, what everybody brought. You guys rock. Thank you for all the membership, the milestone chats. I saw that Jay Money has become a member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much for that support, Jay Money. You rule. Coolin with Colin's been a member of the Godless Army for 28 months. I appreciate that, Colin. And Cindy Johnson's been a member for 48 months. I think I covered that one, so I appreciate all that support. Thank you for the super chats. I appreciate those. You guys rule. And thank you for making this a fun one. I know we got into some drama and got some other stuff and whatever, but I think this was a good stream and I learned a bit, and I think we're gonna have a good time going forward. So I appreciate everybody. I got new content coming out. I've been busy at work since, you know, I don't have to deal with this. I've cut a bunch of stuff out that I'm not dealing with anymore. I'm now focusing on that stuff. So I've got new content coming out. I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you for checking out the last video I just dropped about Daniel King. I hope you enjoyed that one. And thank you for all the hypes, because apparently the hypes really, really help. So I'm not 100% sure how it works, but I noticed that the hypes on my video were higher than I've seen on other videos. Like my hype ranking was higher, which is awesome. So thank you for hyping the video. That's really super, super helpful. So I do appreciate that. And got new stuff coming out. So I hope you all enjoy that when those videos drop. So I look forward to the next stream. Thank you all to everybody who was here. If I missed saying hi to you, I apologize. I hope I caught everybody and appreciate all the input and all the interactions. You guys help keep this channel, as Professor Plink says, motoring along. So we will see you all in the next one. As always, this has been the Stage of Reason. On so far every third Sunday of the month. I hope to see you more. We'll probably, I think I'm going to do this more often on Sundays and do this more regularly. So I hope to see you there. As always, be safe, be excellent to each other, and together we can bridge the divide. We'll see y'all next time. Take it easy, Can't Speak. Good to see you.